What up, what up, what up? How goes it? How goes it? Ghost stories, baby. What up? Schmoll. Joel the Schmoll. New Goyslop just dropped. That's true. I'm here to fill your troughs. My beloved Goyim. Goyim. Spooky Sunday, baby. Let's go. How am I doing? I'm good, honestly. I feel fantastic. Oh, you just seen Pradeep? He is a sweet order. Sweet lady. Sweet boy. Jesus. Did I pre-order GTA? Nope. Never pre-order, guys. Never pre-order. We gotta be smarter than that. Joker voice? Oh, you want the Joker? How'd you get so lucky? I don't know, man. You guys are all just born so lucky. Never knew this was a thing. Yeah, basically, what we do on this stream is chill, record the stories. There's going to be a lot of mistakes, it's not going to be like normal videos, right? But we're recording the stories for tomorrow's video. But in this case, it's going to be for bonus content as there's a compilation tomorrow. Is the live going to be uploaded after? It is, yeah. It comes up as a VOD. There's a playlist on every YouTube channel for their live streams. You can find a million trillion. GTA made $3 billion in 8 hours in pre-orders. Well, there you go. I guess it's made its money back, huh? First time I've caught it live as from Scotland. Hello. How are things in Scotland? Yeah, I've never pre-ordered anything. Gonna get it the day it comes out. Yeah, I mean, you gotta kind of like let it work out its kinks once in a while, you know? I know GTA is kind of like a landmark event for all of the world, right? At this point. But I think we exist in a very non-consumer friendly world when it comes to products. A world, especially in the realm of media, where like the people creating the media kind of have a strong sense of loathing for its audience, philosophically and politically. And so sometimes you have to, you know, see how things pan out before you commit, you know what I mean? Did you see the Paranormal Activity movies? I think I saw the first one back in the day, but I don't think I've seen any further ones after that. I think because mainly it was kind of like the Blair Witch Project, where I was sort of misled to thinking it was real. Is this real? Amen. This is a prayer. Thank you. That's all we needed. I just need one good amen. What's up, Dank Bud? Have you done Sundown Town stories before? Sundown Town. What is that? Where all the vamps come out? This game is going to be around 20 plus years if y'all really think about it. It's going to be around 20 plus... Oh, till like the next one, you mean? Most likely. I mean, I at that point, I can't imagine there's ever another Grand Theft Auto to ever come out again unless they have like... Well, that's silly to say. But I feel like because they've milked 5 so much for so long, I'm sure they're going to have just like built into its ecosystem right out the gate how to like maximize all forms of economy, you know? It makes me wonder if like eventually you can like, in the same way you can make all this money doing YouTube and podcasting and stuff, wonder if there's a way to just like straight up have an economy that exists inside of the realm of Grand Theft Auto, kind of like there is for like, you know, people that are Roblox developers and all that kind of stuff. Why does Spotify podcast is different from the videos here? It's like usually like 6 months behind. I have someone that goes through them and like makes them sound better. And I just wanted to give us a little bit of wiggle room. If GTA 6 doesn't live up to its expectations, people will riot. Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is just story. Like, I'm a little bit worried because, you know, Dan Houser, one of the primary founders of the game, I think he left. I think there were other people that were like, you know, head guys over there at Rockstar essentially showed up and didn't have access to the headquarters and basically Take-Two Interactive sort of like forced them out, which is a bit scary. Can I buy you V-Bucks? Yeah, I got you, dog. You can have 50 cents worth of V-Bucks. It's gonna get you one emote, but not like a permanent emote. You get to use it one time. Use it wisely. Oh, you know what I played recently, guys? You might appreciate this. Is after playing so much Arc Raiders and kind of like hating that game, I went back and played some PUBG with my friend, and we came very close to getting 2 chicken dinners like right out the gate. And honestly, PUBG is kind of sick. It's not like the greatest game ever, but it's pretty smooth. I like the combat and the ballistics and the realism there. And I don't know, it's just fun. The time to kill is not like so insane the way Arc Raiders is. Biggest map ever Rockstar ever created, and they spent over $2 billion. I know they will not fail. I mean, that's one thing that's like kind of positive in my mind is like there's no way that they can completely fuck the story over based on how much money is going into it, right? But at the same time, I was just a little bit concerned because you like play GTA Online, and the story in GTA Online and the dialogue they have might be on like par as far as cringe goes with shit you get from like Borderlands. You know what I mean? Like that just like typical millennial slop writing that you get in Borderlands is like what I kind of felt with like GTA Online. And you know, you kind of turn your brain off because you're just having fun with friends in the realm of GTA, which sometimes can go a long way, and I'm sure will in regards to GTA 6. But I don't know. I just hope they have like a degree of respect for the origins of the game, like how important it is to be edgy, to be, you know, Grand Theft Auto, to be offensive, to be rude, to not give a fuck what, you know, to punch in all directions and not worry about this like modern philosophy of comedy, you know, that Twitter has forced down people's throats for years. Hey Joel, it's been a real minute since I've seen it live. Appreciate it, bro. I appreciate you, Van. Good to see you. I know this sounds bad, and what EA is going through is Margot Robbie from the Barbie movie still wants to make a live-action Sims movie. I still want to be down to see it. I don't really know how you make a movie for The Sims, but I'm sure they'll find a way. GTA could be 8-bit graphics, people will still pre-order. That's true, I guess that's where it all started, right? You could go backwards in time. Has anybody played Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars? That game was pretty sick. Happy Sunday, how's it going? It's good. Hope we get another Trevor-esque character. Yeah, Trevor was kind of like the pinnacle of Grand Theft Auto characters in like a weird way, but somebody else genuinely had made a good point to me where they said they didn't like Trevor, they didn't like what was the other white guy? They didn't like him, and the reason being is it's almost like they had too much personality, and the fact that the previous Grand Theft Auto games, those characters were sort of like quiet, so they allowed you to sort of transpose your personality into their experience, you know what I mean? And that's kind of a good point, I feel like. Hey, Nick's Tricks, thank you for the big 20 Canadian dollars Sunday night with my favorite storyteller. Thank you. Yeah, tonight's stories are going to be bonus content, so be sure to become a member and you get to hear it here first, baby. Lower middle class, safe and inside-minded gamers swap yeah in my ears right off the bat. What a treat. For sure. Thank you, Joe, for having original streams outside those stupid mean streams. Do I have stupid mean streams? What are those? Are people make streams or they're just mean to people? That's not very nice. I wish I could afford to donate 20, but I'm saving for an electric bike. Dude, don't even worry about it, man. The videos are going to get recorded either way, whether people want to donate or not. And I'll be honest with you, I really appreciate the support, but at the same time, like, you keep your money, you do whatever you need to do with it. I don't need it, you know? I'm been blessed with everything I need, and I'm honestly thankful for that. Okay, but why would I want to feel like I'm in GTA when I can go outside and be myself in GTA outside? Yeah, that's a great point, honestly. It's probably a way better rush. But it's hard mode. You get one life. But guys, we got a decent amount of stories tonight. It's going to be a long one, so we probably should get into it. You need a sugar mama. What about an aspartame uncle? Okay, we're gonna jump into it. How long we're streaming until tonight? It really just depends, but this is normally the word count can be like anywhere between 7 to 8 or more. This one's like closer to 12,000 words, so this could be pretty thick, I'll be honest with you. Buckle up, folks. We're about to get spooky. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Click like, click share. It helps the stream. Feel free to stay as engaged and chitty chat with each other as much as you want. Ask whatever questions you want. I don't care. We're here to have fun. Just keep open-minded. And yeah. I want to buy some land in the Rockies. We can be neighbors. Honestly, I think the Rockies is probably one of the best places to be whenever the magnetic poles suddenly shift and we all get drowned. We've been in tough spots for a bit now. We would stay in Patreon otherwise. No worries at all. Alright, friends, let's get it. Oh, what's up, Bubble Glum? I'm going to share a story with you that my grandfather shared with me that he heard from his grandpa. Now, it's a really old folklore tale, and I'm not going to tell you where it's from. We're very quiet folk, and a lot of our legends still persist quietly to this day, so we don't want any of those ghost hunter weirdo IRL streamers storming the place or anything like that. All I'll say is my great-great-grandpa, like the rest of the family, grew up in a certain little holler that was as run down as it was dirt poor. It was hard living. The kids went to school until they were about 12, and even then some of them worked from a younger age. They were dirt farmers and herbal medicine women and superstitious folks who believed in the old ways. If you were an outsider and you sneered at the idea of a particular haint that prowled the woods, then folks would give you the evil eye and cross themselves when they saw you. You either believed in every persisting legend from that holler, or you were gonna get your ass tanned or your skin flayed off or your eyes plucked out by one of a brood of teenage goat demons that prowled the nearby black woods. I'm only joking around, but the point that I want to tell you is obvious nonsense, but I was raised to be afeared of these beasts. And so while I'm a college-educated 20-something who's long since moved away from that holler, there's a part of me that I don't want to risk being dragged back there, physically or spiritually, by telling you that it was all nonsense. Plus, myself, like everyone who lived in the holler, has seen something I can't explain. So, I don't want to say these beasties and ghoulies ain't real, because there are many, many ungodly things on God's green earth. One legend of the holler that kinda died off is the one that I want to share with you today. It gets mentioned every now and then, but only in passing, and only when the younger folks ask the old uns to tell of it. Now, I used to love hearing of this one. Morbid little tale, so-and-so that I... Scary poppy stories are always because they know they are real. It's true. I need you guys to promise me you're not going to pee yourself tonight in fright. And if you do pee yourself, please let us know. We will send someone around to change your nappy. I used to love hearing of this one, morbid little so-and-so that I am. Great-great-grandpa was called Bill, and at 15, he'd long since finished his education and was working an inevitable job, an assistant to the graveyard keeper. The graveyard keeper was an old, molted man who some say was over 100 years old, but could still dig a trench for a... The graveyard keeper was an old, molted man who some say was over 100 years old, and could still dig a trench for an old, moldy corpse if the situation called for it. Eventually, he got too old to dig more than a few feet through, so he reluctantly hired my great-great-G-Pa, Bill, and Bill's job was to maintain the small, eerie cemetery, which isn't much more enjoyable a place today. He'd trim the graves, check for any vandalism from heretic teens from the nearby fancy town, and he also took it upon himself to put fresh flowers on them graves that weren't visited anymore. What else Bell did. And now I will proceed to make 30 million mistakes. Building my machine with forks instead of spoons this time, brother, let me tell you, it's all going good. You're building a machine with forks? Some sort of eating machine that just scoops mashed potatoes right into your mouth. I love the methyl sanister I heard this morning. Good laugh. Oh, nice. I think I remember that one. Did he do like flips between the houses? Adult diapers are, yeah, specifically for gamers. What else Bill did was dig the graves himself. At first, the graveyard keeper wasn't having none of it. He insisted on doing as much as he could. But Bill persuaded him that after so many years of tending to the Holler's dead, it was time to let the dead look after him. Another suspicion we had, those who dedicated themselves to caring for folks in death would have an easy passing themselves. And the keeper finally relented, and Bill took to basically doing all the hard work. Now one day, Bill showed up for his day shift to find the graveyard keeper in a real state, almost in tears, and one of the graves, a fresher one belonging to a 20-something girl with a consumption, had been desecrated. Now I'm sorry for the graphic detail here, but there's no way to share it. The body had been dug up, and portions of it had clearly been eaten. The culprit had left behind bones, although not all of them, but had stripped the corpse clean of its rotting, bloated flesh. There were just scraps left behind with these teeth marks, and the teeth marks and some of the bones as well. Now Bill, of course, wanted to go to the sheriff, but the graveyard keeper refused. He told Bill that if he got word of him going to the law enforcement, he'd tan his hide, and instead, he gave Bill this little figurine to hang above the entrance to the cemetery and insisted that he rebury what was left of that poor girl, and Bill did as he was told. Unfortunately, a week later, the figurine was found shattered at the entrance, the strings snapped in a way that looked natural and another corpse had been dug up. Now, this one belonged to a local lawyer, famous for his rich and unhealthy lifestyle and his rotund build. He was one of the few folks in the holler who had money, and he wasn't much liked due to that and his miserly ways. Miserly. What up, Joni? They fucking consumed the corpse using my previous machine. I just know it. You're using sporks to dig up graves. It probably is pretty efficient. You're a reader, Sarah? What are you reading lately? A real gamer uses a catheter. This is true. A real gamer doesn't make a mess. A real gamer cares for their grandmother who cares for them. True gamers live in their grandmother's house. They have a catheter and a gamer chair that has a bucket underneath it. We on the first story? Yes. It's my granddaughter's quinceanera, but I wouldn't miss the stream for the world. It's okay. It's mine too. It's mine quinceanera as well. So perfect timing. Hey Joe, I just saved a squirrel, brought him to a squirrel sanctuary. Grandma let me name him, and I named him Snorlax. Please shout him out. Shout out Snorlax. Hopefully New York Police Department doesn't shoot him in the head. Which has happened, that happens all the time. He was one of the few folks in the holler who had money, and he wasn't much liked due to that and his miserly ways, but we'd still all mourned him when he'd passed on 2 weeks prior. Now, though, he'd been dug up, and once again, his body looked like it had been almost totally eaten. The graveyard keeper stormed over with an entire box of those figurines and insisted that Bill hang them all around the cemetery because clearly it had gotten in through a hole in the fence. Bill asked what it was, and the graveyard keeper told Bill that the legend that was passed down through my whole family and Bill asked what it was, and the graveyard keeper told Bill the legend that was passed down through my whole family, ending with me. I haven't shared it with my kids yet. They really don't know about my life in the holler, and I'm considering keeping it that way. So in the mountains near the holler lived a clan of creatures, we'll say. The graveyard keeper called them trolls, but said that they weren't really that. There wasn't a name for the kind of haint that they were, but he said that they must have been born from a demon's cursed womb because these things were maybe the most foul creatures that walk the earth. Again, I apologize. There's no way for me to explain the next part without being extremely unpleasant and crude. Every few decades, one of the trolls would decide that he wanted a little troll baby of his own. Now, there was a whole ritual that he had to go through to achieve this. The first involved preparing the offering. And to do that, the troll would break into a cemetery and exhume a fresh corpse. In this case, fresh could mean anything to 3 months old, as long as it was roughly usable and had edible organs. And then the troll would engage in... Nix! Oh shit, Nix, Tricks! Holy crap, thank you. It's $50 worth of gifters right there to 10 lucky winners. Dan, Bex Backs, Cold Creek Catfishing Billy, Dogs Are Better, Pink Unicorn, Verolinquivist, Lorraine Wilson, Miguel Castro, Winter, Astrochild Labs, and welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. What did I do this weekend? I went to this animal sort of thing where they showed off a bunch of like various random creatures, and with my nieces I was able to buy them a mouse and a rat. And then after buying them the mouse and the rat, of which I think well, I call them my nieces, but it's my friend's daughters. But like, after buying that for them, he was cool with it. He seemed like he was kind of loosely prepared for whatever creature they came home with, so that was fine. Yeah, it was a furry convention. And basically, I come to find out that like, if a mouse is a girl, it needs other girl mice to be around, otherwise they go crazy. And if rats are, and rats just in general, I guess, are really smart, like they're like low-key almost as smart as a cat or something, and as social as a cat, and they're pretty good pets, I think, but they're just like, they require a lot of attention. Not like, apparently the easiest one for a kid right out the gate is a gerbil or a hamster, because hamsters can kind of just exist by themselves and are not, I don't know, not a big deal. But so I was able to get them some separate enclosures. Obviously the rat enclosure is like bigger, it's like 3 feet tall. And yeah, we might end up having to get more of another rat at some point, or another mouse. Okay, I don't know exactly when you can tell, but Joel's digging around for good intention with his rat-like claws. Yeah. Did you hear about the giraffe that escaped in Texas? Thankfully they found it. Oh, that's good. Honestly, just let them wander around. Smart or smarter than cats? That's crazy. Smart and affectionate, one to spend time with you. That's interesting. My best friend and I both had gerbils in elementary school. That's cool. I wanted to get them both rats, you know what I mean? So they could just keep them in one enclosure. But the oldest one was like dead set on this one mouse that she named Oreo, which is fine. It's just that it kind of adds a little bit of a variable to things. And then the youngest one was like hyper fixated on getting a rat. So what did they call it? A ween or a ween? But it was like a ween. I don't know. It's kind of like, it's kind of interesting. And it was sold by like a guy that like basically raises reptiles. So to him, like him selling like rats and mice and stuff, to him he's like, I don't give a fuck what you do with these fucking things. He sold them to me for $1 each. I literally felt like I was buying magical beans from a random bean seller because they were $1. I was like, what the fuck? Some people told me some rats can be like $100, but I guess maybe they're like specialty rats or something. Master Splinter's lineage or something of that nature. But basically these are supposed to be like feeder creatures. And I remember whenever I asked if we could buy like the youngest rats, they said, oh, you don't want to buy those. Those will probably die by the end of the day. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, they're just used to feed reptiles and snakes and stuff. So you want to get the ones that are already like set, you know, like milked and separated from their mother. And I'm like, okay. Because it's so funny. It was like the path in which like because we had to drive a while to get to this place, but it's like the path in which on the table that they had, it was like newborn rats, weans, like a little bit bigger rats, and then medium-sized rats, and then after that was mice. And then directly next to that was an entire like freezer container filled with just like, I don't even know, just imagine a series of tamales like lined up next to each other in a freezer, but it was all just like various rodents that assumedly you keep in a freezer and then feed to your giant anaconda, of which they literally also sold anacondas at this place as well. So I don't know if, and then I had a thought in my head. I was like, oh my God, what if I got an anaconda and I released it into the river? That would not be good to do, and I don't condone that at all, and nobody should ever do that. But the idea of like you're floating down on a lazy river on a tube just drinking a fucking summer shandy and you see a fucking anaconda in Pennsylvania, that'd be the greatest thing of all time. My anaconda don't want none unless you got frozen rats, son. What do I think of aliens? There's a guy who recorded an alien years ago. He shows wrapping the alien in aluminum paper and took him home. He recently was interviewed by another YouTuber. He wrapped the alien in aluminum paper? What do you mean? Can you give me some more context? Anacondas had never killed humans. I do hear that. Like, they really just do defensive bitings. But some of the one, I mean, after seeing the movie Anaconda, you get a little worried. Rat tamales are a thing? That sounds delicious. I thought you were about to say release it with the kind of new rodents. Yeah, just release all of them, honestly. Yeah, we're talking about the J-Lo movie. It kind of sucks that the new Anaconda with like Jack Black was just like a comedy or something. I didn't understand. It seems kind of, they should have just kept it like a monster movie. It just seemed like disrespectful. Disrespectful to Ice Cube. And the guy who's like, oh, baby bird. Remember that guy? That was like one of my favorite. If you've never seen the movie Anaconda with Ice Cube and J-Lo, it's like one of my favorite monster movies back in the 90s. Because that guy like, oh yeah, baby bird. I don't know. I woke up one time and I seen a snake the size of a barn tower. A barn silo sized snake. And he come after my baby bird. Yeah, Jon Voight. Dude, Jon Voight fucking absolutely fucking killed that role. Like just knocked it out of the park. I don't know, dude. Bad villains in movies are just the best. That was Angelina Jolie's dad. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's where she got it from. That's where she learned how to do Maleficent. Yeah, Ice Cube did good too. Except he's always Ice Cube! Huh? He's always got that face. Huh? What the fuck? Oh shit, big snake! Huh? What the fuck's that? Oh, big snake! Oh! Oh, hell no. Big snake. Oh, fuck no. Big snake. But, you know, I think he's honestly accomplished quite a bit. I'm proud of him. Your mom's from South America. She had 2 anacondas living in the Florida house. That's awesome. They protected her. The first time my family watched the movie together was Holes. Glory Holes. I know Voight is a huge actor, but I always think of him as Anaconda Guy. Yeah, I can't even really think of what else he was in. The YouTuber channel is Casper Site, and he interviewed Jonathan Reed. He tells the story of his alien encounter. Does it seem legit, or what do you think? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck aliens are. Some people seem to think they're demonic. Other people seem to think the government is going to, like, fake an alien invasion. Whatever. You know what? When it happens, guys. Then the troll would engage in carnal activities with the corpse. I can't say further. Now, this would be bad enough, but this was just the preparation. After having his way with the corpse, the troll would then eat as much of the flesh as he could, and this included the abdominal area for both men and women. It really didn't matter. The troll would also, for some reason, make a point of eating or at least taking the deceased's skull. And this still ain't even the worst part. A few days after his satiation and his meal, the troll would give birth by puking up a stillborn, deformed troll baby that had somehow been formed in the beast's stomach. But of course, a stillborn baby isn't enough to placate a troll who's looking for an offspring, and so after the troll had raided the graveyard keeper knew that there was more to come. The troll would pick a bride from the village and present her with the corpses of the stillborn trolls. Nobody knew exactly why they did this, but the graveyard keeper suspected it was to prove that he was fertile. Now, my great-grandfather Bill was horrified at all of this, but he knew better than to disbelieve any of the horrific legends from that area. Instead, he asked the graveyard keeper if the troll would be back. The graveyard keeper thought on this for some time and said that usually the troll had his way with 3 or 4 corpses, but there weren't any other fresh bodies for him to have his way with. And whatever foul, demoniac deeds that these troll creatures committed, they'd never be known to kill another human at least. Bill asked about the figures and why they were supposed to keep the trolls away. Now, the graveyard keeper said that it was his own father who had told him that the troll couldn't tell the difference between a real person and a figurine of a person, and he wouldn't engage in his activities under the gaze of those figurines. But clearly his daddy got that wrong, because those little clay figures didn't do squat to keep that troll away. And next, Bill asked if the graveyard keeper Joel knows all about this kind of troll. They tend to show up on Wednesday evenings. That troll is me. Joel the troll. I blame X-Files for telling me about the aliens. I didn't watch the show I loved the 2 main actors. It was good, yeah. Saw Disclosure Day. An old lady at the theater told me Steven Spielberg believed in aliens, which is why he made it. That's good, I guess. Joel, were you the actor from The Last of Us? Yeah, I was. Love you too, bro. It was me. Have you seen Supergirl? No, I heard it was not good. Okay, first movie that put you to sleep, Joel. I know it's a sin, but I think my first was Lord of the Rings. I could never stay awake. No, that's understandable. Lord of the Rings is a great movie to fall asleep to. One movie that I literally don't think I've ever finished, that I've fallen asleep to since I was a little kid, was Sword in the Stone. If you guys have never seen the movie Sword in the Stone, it's a Disney movie, I think. And I don't know what it is. That movie just knocks me the fuck out. Sharon, thank you for the 10. Thank you, Sharon. Their 10th super. Oh, it's your 10th super chat. Thank you. Was it not good, or were people just mad she isn't Sydney Sweaty? Supergirl, I think... no, I don't think anybody gives a fuck about, like, her appearance, because, I mean, she is pretty. Or whatever, you know. But I just heard it was bad. I don't know, I just heard it was not good writing, and it was just bad. Next, Bill asked if the graveyard keeper knew who the troll might target at his... Next, Bill asked if the graveyard keeper knew who the troll might target as his beau. Now here, the graveyard keeper got all quiet and said that he was tired and done talking for the day and to come back tomorrow. Bill did as he was told, but racked his brains trying to work out who the troll might visit. If these trolls had never killed a human, it stood to reason that they wouldn't risk taking a bride unwillingly. Would it be a woman? Or did gender matter to these trolls? The male trolls were the ones who seemed to give birth. And that's when Bill remembered the Beans, who lived just outside the holler in a shack that would make the holler's houses look like mansions. Some folks said that they were related to Sawney Bean, the Scottish cannibal, but who knew? The Bean parents were grizzled old folk who spoke of some kind of American English. The Bean parents were grizzled old folk who spoke some kind of American English that nobody could barely understand. And they had an ancient grandma living in their attic, so legend went, and they had a 10-year-old son and a 21-year-old daughter named Eleanor. And the son was normal, but Eleanor was, well, these days, you'd call her physically deformed, I suppose. And from the way my grandpa described her to me, based on how great-grandpa Bill described it to him, it sounded like she had giantism that affected one side of her face, either that or some kind of tumor. She had this huge beet red growth that covered the entire half of her face, sealing her mouth shut and just about allowing her right eye to peek out of the flesh. She never went to any doctor, as far as I know, and folks had always whispered that the Bean family dealt with things that no mortal man should deal with. And so it came as no surprise to Bill when a few months later, Eleanor came into town to grab the usual provisions for her family and was shown as being... And she was showing as being in the family way. What the fuck does this mean? The most insane movie that helps you sleep is The Conjuring or Conjuring 2. That's awesome. I would ask if you can please wish Snorlax the squirrel a healthy recovery. You're the only one who can save him. Snorlax, if the Lord wills it, you will be well. Let it be so. Joel, what's up, dude? As always, a big what up from Lansing. Happy Sunday, brother. Happy Sunday, Michigan Scotsman. What's poppin'? Pregnant? Wait, what? A few months later, Eleanor came into town to grab the usual provisions for her family. She was showing as being in the family. She was shown, but okay, she was showing as pregnant, right? But it's like a full sentence here. And she was showing as being in the family way. What does that mean? She was shown. What is as being in the family way? What the hell does that mean? I think another movie put me to sleep with Dances with Wolves. Last of the Mohicans, of which I've not seen, but I'd like to. Oh, being in the family way means pregnant. Oh, nice. Okay. I'd never heard that saying before. So it came as no surprise to Bill when, a few months later, Eleanor came into town to grab the usual provisions for her family, and she was showing as being in the family way. Of course, this sparked all kinds of rumors. Some bad boy from the local town had taken her innocence. The Bean patriarch had gone a bit too far with the love he showed her. Hell, some even suggested the 10-year-old brother as the father of this poor deformed girl's kid, because who in the right mind would lay with her? Bill and the graveyard keeper had a suspicion. They didn't bring up the corpse troll with the villagers. It was one bit of folklore that had largely been forgotten, and the graveyard keeper thought that that was for the best. But given the strange, unhealthy look that Eleanor herself had, and her lack of similarity to her own family's appearance, would it be too hard to believe that she too wasn't actually the product of a corpse troll? The next time my great-great-grandpa saw Eleanor, she'd given birth. She came into town for the final time with a baby in a basket, but it wasn't no baby like Bill had ever seen. It was a huge, pink, swollen thing with barely discernible limbs, a bulbous nose, strange, wiry hair, and little porcupine eyes peeking out at everyone. Bill says he made eye contact with that baby and felt an actual hatred pouring out of the infant. A week later, Eleanor passed away. Only her mother, father, and ancient grandmother and brother attended the funeral. Bill and the graveyard keeper were there, of course, and Bill couldn't help but notice that Eleanor's baby was absent. They buried Eleanor and retired for the night. And when Bill returned to work the next morning, he half expected to find Eleanor's grave desecrated and her corpse eaten beyond recognition. But instead, someone had placed a few stones, a rudimentary set of sticks tied together, a single thistle, and what looked like a piece of chalk, marked with small baby teeth marks. Bill left the items on the grave, and as far as any of my ancestors know, that was the last that the holler heard of the corpse trolls. What the fuck? That was insane. Alright, Nick's Tricks, thank you for the 5 gifters. Welcome Finksy, Little Wrong Way, Kevin, Greenfelds, and Shanta Brown. It was insane, but it's a paranormal story, so I like it. What you cooking? Pretty sure Joel has one of those. What's that? A corpse troll? Corpse troll baby. Story 1 in the books. So I'm attempting to use speech to text, so apologies for any screw-ups. I'm not doing this because I'm lazy, but because I actually have no hands. I lost them both in a car accident when I was just a teenage girl of 15, and I lost my right hand at the wrist and my left arm at the elbow, and this is slightly relevant to the story, but I would have shared it anyways. I have prosthetic limbs, but due to nerve damage and various other things, I'm unable to drive. And this severely limits the vacation my many husbands. Reverse polygamy. Lynn, thank you for the 5. Says, start my new job this week. We'll have to be there at 6 a.m. So I gotta run and grab some coffee. A little scared, but I know it's a first day nerves. Yeah, once you get through it, it'll be just like any other job where you're like, fuck, I gotta wake up for tomorrow. But Lynn, good luck. Best of luck to you. It's gonna be fun. Keep an open mind and make some friends. Are you making coffee for tomorrow? As a magician, I can't imagine having no hands. It would be hard, I imagine. Joel, should I add you to my Tamagotchi island? You absolutely should. Send me updates. I was looking at like the Switch 2 games today, and looks like there's a new Star Fox game and a Yoshi. And I'll be honest with you, like, looking at the Switch 2 games right now, which, it's, the year 2026, and then right below it, they had, like, some vintage GameCube games from, when the fuck was the GameCube out? Like, 2002, 2003 onward? Like, I genuinely felt more excited for the nostalgia and gameplay mechanics of, like, the GameCube games than I do for anything like new Switch 2 or what. I don't know. There's just like nothing. I don't know much about the new Star Fox, but my girlfriend asked for coffee at 7 p.m. yesterday. I made her chamomile tea instead. That's nice. Working a double today and I'm pooped. Might need a Dr. Pepper. I think so. Time to shotgun one. But I remember there was a Star Fox on GameCube that I didn't even know came out. It was the one where there was like dinosaurs. I thought that was just like a rumored, I don't even know how I missed that, but I thought it was like a rumored game that just never got released, but it had like dinosaurs and all this like random shit. I guess because they were making something and then switched it over to a Star Fox game and had the assets, I think. I don't quite remember. Oh, it's a Star Fox 64 remake. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what new shit they've added to it. This severely limits the vacations my husband and I can take because he hates driving for long distances, and I hate being in the car for any time at all. Residual trauma from that drunk a-hole who crashed headlong into my dad's car when I was a kid, I guess. But as a quick side note, I took the full brunt of the impact, and Dad actually escaped the crash with only a small scratch. Now, I'm pretty sure he feels guilty about it to this day, and I'm just happy that my dad's still alive. Now, eventually I decided it was time to get over my fear of traveling on roads, but I wasn't quite ready for a car just yet, so we decided to take a Greyhound bus tour across part of But I wasn't quite ready for a car just yet, so we decided to take a Greyhound bus tour across part of the States. Now, I don't think my husband was particularly thrilled about having to sit on a bus with 50 or more other passengers, but I didn't care. I even took a window seat for the first time. I don't even know where the fuck I am in this fucking thing. Wow. What's up, Risked of rain. But I didn't care. I even took a window seat for the first leg of our journey to prove I was brave. And it would take a pretty powerful vehicle to severely F up a Greyhound bus. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. So our first stage of the journey lasted around 16 hours. And there we disembarked at a small bus station in a small but quaint little town in New Jersey. I can't explain why, but I've always wanted to visit New Jersey. I know it has its reputation, but hey, I grew up watching Kevin Smith movies as a teenager, I guess. It was something of a pilgrimage to me. We had 5 days booked at a local bread and breakfast in this small town that I'll leave unnamed, and my husband promised me that at some point we could take a day trip to Red Bank and visit Kevin and Jason's comic book store, which is a dream of mine. I don't think Jason actually co-owns it, but it's called Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash, so it partly belongs to him in my heart. Now, sorry I'm such a nerd. This is kind of the problem of being disabled text-to-speech user that I am. You ramble on and forget that it's noting it all down. But I promise you, now that I've got my what the fuck is this? Good evening, Joe. I hope you have been doing well. So loveless as always. Thank you, Dylan. Good to see you. Can't wait to see what they did with Ocarina of Time. Yeah, is that just what they're doing? Just remaking everything? Pilgrimage to New Jersey is the most desolate sentiment I've heard in years. Yeah. Mickey Mousecapades defines me. It seems reasonable. But I promise you, now that I've got my geekery out of the way, I'm just going to tell you the story that'll scare the absolute crap out of you. And trust me, as someone who's seen the headlights of a Buick bearing down on me, and then woke up in the hospital to find stumps where my arm and hand should be, it takes a lot to scare me. The bed and breakfast was quaint as quaint could be. It felt like something out of the 1950s. Now this took place in 2024 for some context, and it was definitely a deliberate faux design choice of the part of the owners. I looked them up much later for reasons you'll come to learn, and they turned out to be sort of property flippers that bought cheaper fixer-upper properties in small towns. Then they'd renovate them, manage them for a little while, and eventually hire a team to take over. And when I looked, they owned 3 B&Bs. It had been 4, but I noticed with a chill that they sold the old New Jersey property shortly after we checked out. And you'll understand why this gave me a chill soon. Now the owners were, no, I don't want to say lovely, but they had a facade of lovely. A middle-aged couple playing as being quaint property owners who were clearly city people. Smiles that were just a bit too wide, and the well shucks attitudes that kinda grated and most definitely didn't fit in with the New Jersey I knew almost reminded me of Mormons. We'd arrived later than planned due to the traffic and around 3 p.m., and so we just had time to cart our luggage up to our room, something we had to do ourselves, and I noticed that they didn't seem to have any kind of bellhop. And then my husband and I shared a shower, dressed into clothes that were a little less sweaty and dusty, and made it downstairs by just Hey, see you, Scarlett. Take care. Anyone here watch the episode of House of the Dragon? I don't even know. I'll be honest with you, I did see that, like, Battle Beast... Does Battle Beast from the show Invincible? Does Battle Beast have a show? Not a standalone TV show, no. Battle Beast is a character in Invincible when he appears in that Prime Video animated series. He does have his own current comic series, Invincible Universe Battle Beast, from Robert Kirkman and Ryan Ottley. And there has not been announced the Battle Beast spin-off show. Hey, Pats Nation, what's up, buddy? I feel like Battle Beast having his own show would be pretty dope, honestly, because it just seems cool. So the original Mario Brothers was in the 2600. So was the original Spider-Man game. Had a huge Atari 2600 collection, but it burned up in a house fire years ago. Damn. Battle Beast has a comic. See, I think that's cool. Battle Beast by itself, just the fact that all he wants is just a good fight to the death, you know? There's something simple about that. Something that you can't really mess up. It's just like he's filled with the desire of finding an honorable fight, and then that's it. And I'm like, I respect that. I used to have a vintage game business. I also owned 27 different systems with games, all controllers, all gone in the house fire. Fuck, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you just sell it? Would you sell them, like, were they insured? Was stuff insured? Playing some old PlayStation games, and I hope everyone's having it. Nice, that sounds fun. He's the most badass character, and he's voiced by Worf in the show. Who's Worf? I'm not familiar with Worf. Hold down reset while powering on system with space invaders will give you double firepower. That's cool. The comic is a prequel and he is fighting Conquest. Okay. If you were a Pokemon, what would be your battle cry? That'd just be like a worm, like a furry worm. Alright, then they'd renovate them, manage them. You'll understand what I give you. The owners were, I don't want to say love, the city people. Smiles that were just a bit too wide, and the well shucks attitudes that kind of grated and most definitely didn't fit in with New Jersey that I knew. We'd arrived later than planned due to the traffic at around 3 p.m., and so we just had time to take up our luggage to our room, something we had to do ourselves, and I noticed that they didn't seem to have any kind of bellhop. And then my husband and I got a shower, dressed into clothes that were a little less sweaty and dusty, and made it downstairs by just 3:30 in time for a little bit of tea. And then my husband and I got a shower, dressed into some clothes that were a little less sweaty and dusty, and then made it downstairs by just 3:30 as they had made some tea for us. There were two other sets of guests in the dining area, an elderly couple who held hands throughout the entire meal and I believe sat in absolute silence as they ate, just sort of smiling at each other through their desserts. And then there was a couple a little older than us who had a teenage girl, around the age that I had been when I lost my hands, who may have been the biggest brat I had ever encountered. I won't go into detail about her because she's largely irrelevant to the story, but she was one of those eyes glued to a cell phone, bowl-style nose ring, belittling every little thing her parents tried to say nice to her type of kid, as she hammered out text after text, and I tried to make sure that she saw my prosthetic hands, that maybe she considered being grateful for what she had. But I know she noticed, and from what I could tell, she didn't care. Very lovely girl. Now, forcing myself not to give the little teenager brat the evil eye, I started looking around the room. And that's when I saw a shadow under the white lacy tablecloth that reached the floor on one of the unoccupied tables. I wondered if it was one of the chairs. None of the unused tables had chairs placed around them, and it seemed odd to store them under the table. I was watching the shadow when I saw it move, and I wondered if maybe it was a dog. It was too big to be a cat, but then I remembered that the booking website had exclaimed that no pets live on the premises, just above a absolutely no pets may accompany guests. We keep a clean house. Now, as an animal lover, I think this had maybe already caused me to dislike the owners a little, but whatever. It was a cheap guest house and far less expensive, and much more scenic than staying in the Red Bank itself. Now, as I watched the shadow some more, crawling around under the table became clear that it was a child. I figured that it must have been the younger child of the older couple, maybe hiding to get away from their obnoxious sister. But then I heard the girl muttering about how she was like this because she was only a child, and so that theory went out the window. Now I turned back to the shadow under the tablecloth. Did you hear about the Venezuela earthquake? I did not, no. Hey, what's your favorite movie and video game? Favorite movie, video game? I mean, I usually say Ghost in the Shell, video game. Probably something like Mario Galaxy 2 was the most fun I had in like one sit down, because I swear to God, I like played it from beginning to end in like one weekend. What happened to Rocky? Who's Rocky? Every time I hear a dog, I'm reminded of my sweet Rocky. Oh, you're talking to them. Sorry. What's up, Jenny Bean? Good to see you. Pradeep is doing good. He's somewhere. Oh, he's on the couch behind me, curled up. So my personal connection was 27 console with games and controllers. I had every Nintendo, Sega System, Atari ever made, along with the Panasonic 3DO, both in television's original home Pong. That's crazy. Joey read that wrong. It should say she's like this because she was an only child. Where was that at? You should do this in a Jersey accent. Younger couple maybe hiding to get away from the obnoxious sister, but then I heard the girl muttering how she was like this because she was... What did I read? What did I say? Alright, we'll go back. Does Joel have a top 10 of his favorite stories? I don't think a top 10. I don't think I could really remember, other than the one from 4chan where the homeless guy was stuffed into a tree by rock creatures. Do you think the government is building an underground bunker because they know something about to happen? Yeah, maybe. I mean, have you ever heard of Project Looking Glass? In Project Looking Glass, it's like some sort of, alien technology or whatever, where it allows them to see like different timelines and realities into the future. For a while I had heard it all converged on like 2012. Maybe we averted some type of, world-ending calamity in 2012. But I've also heard that maybe when stuff like that happens, it like shifts timelines so that, Earth as a reality or a program continues to get to exist. But yeah, I mean, I remember hearing like the data centers, because like, do you ever wonder why? I mean, I'm sure I'm completely wrong on this. I'm sure there's a reason, but it's like, why does they need so much water? And then why is that water completely unusable after? Is it because they're just like storing the water under these data centers, where the data centers will basically operate as like their security or entrance to the underground bunkers, but the water is like cycled through, to their underground little societies, so it's like they have a bunch of autonomous drones that'll fuck you up if you get near them. You know what I mean? I don't even know. Who fucking knows? It's basically going to be like Arc Raiders in real life kind of thing, except in Arc Raiders they go up to the, sky, low orbit to exist, and then in Arc Raiders the humans stuck on Earth go underground. Actually building a huge data center near my town soon. Crazy. Maybe you can sneak in there and do some investigative journalism, figure out what's going on. Are you tired? I know you're not sad, but you sound a little low. You always ask me that like every fucking stream. I don't know why. It's like every stream there's like a hyper analytical to my like emotions, but I'm fine, man. As I watched the shadow some more, crawling around under the table, it became clear that it was a child. I figured that it must be the younger child of the other couple, maybe hiding to get away from their obnoxious sister. But then I heard the girl muttering about how she was like this because she was an only child, and so that theory went out the window. Now I turned back to the shadow under the tablecloth, and it was no longer a shadow. A pale hand had lifted the tablecloth up a little, and a small, almost pure white face was peeking out. It was a boy, with black hair and weirdly large, unkempt eyebrows. He looked kind of sick. He had those puffy under eyes somehow. He had those puffy under eyes someone gets when they haven't had enough sleep, and his lips were kind of just weirdly pink. I smiled at the boy, and he actually smiled back. His teeth were weird though, like they'd been filed, ready for crowns, if that makes sense. So each tooth had a space between it. Except the kid looked way too young for crowns. These had to be his baby teeth still, and they were like these little pegs in his mouth, and I felt bad as the smile fell from my face because he was still beaming at me. Now, when I maybe looked a little horrified, he let the tablecloth drop and just sort of ducked out of sight, so I could no longer see his shadow. Now, I thought about going over there and trying to talk to him, but then I noticed that my husband's hand was on me. I couldn't feel it, of course, and this was something that kind of drove me nuts. He'd often touch my prosthetic limbs to get my attention and forget that I likely wouldn't be able to feel it. I forgot what he was trying to talk to me about, but I seemed to remember him implying that he wanted to spend a couple of hours with me upstairs before we went out for dinner to explore the nightlife. No, I wasn't really in the mood, but whatever. I knew a couple of hours was extremely optimistic, so I finished the small amount that I'd eaten of my tea, and then I left. Michelle Baird, thank you, and welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. And welcome, Nikki. What's up, dude? Anywhere to play the Oddworld games? Those were cool. I kind of want to go back and play them. I wish they would make. I feel like they did kind of make like a modern one. I don't even know. You're a mod, but not on this channel. I'll submit to embrace. That's all good. Where do you mod at? I pinged past live stream so much this week, and my inner voice is Joel now. Let's go. Venezuela looks like Gaza right now? How bad is it? Jesus, 10 hours ago. 33 rescued from Venezuela rubble. Survival window desperately fading with nearly 50,000 missing? 50,000? Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. At least 1,450 people confirmed dead and more than 3,150 are injured after a devastating pair of powerful doublet earthquakes struck the northern coast of Venezuela June 24th, 2026. The disaster consists of two shallow tremors measuring 7.2 and 7.5 that ruptured just 40 seconds apart. The 7.5 magnitude shock stands as the country's most powerful seismic event in more than a century. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. On this week's episode, what did you have for supper, lol? Did you enjoy a bowl of mush again? No, I honestly didn't get to have that much. It's kind of crazy. Like, I haven't been eating much carbs at all for, like, the past few weeks, and, well, like, bad carbs, you know what I mean? And then I went to, like, Applebee's yesterday, and it's so funny. My, like, buddy's youngest daughter, she just turned 6, and she was, like, was like, what do you want to eat? And she's like, I want a soft pretzel. I was like, all right. So ordered her a soft pretzel. And then it kind of, these like soft pretzels come with like the beer cheese. And I'm like, here you go. And she's like, I don't want that. And I was like, what? You said you wanted a soft pretzel. And she's like, I said I said that, but I didn't. But I just said the words. I didn't actually mean it. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was just really funny. I said the words, but I didn't actually like mean what I said. So anyways, I ate pretty much all the soft pretzels. Once I tried like one with like the beer cheese, I was like, oh my fucking God. It was like the best soft pretzel I'd ever had. And I hadn't really been eating a lot of, carbohydrates. And it was so fucking good. And then today, me and my other buddy and his kids went to a town over to get like these ice cream, and the place did like they do blizzards pretty much. So I was like, fuck it, I'm getting a fucking big ass blizzard knockoff. But it's like anytime you go to a local place that like does blizzards, they're always so much better than Dairy Queen, and it's always so much more. And holy fuck, dude, I'm not even joking. Like when I have these like heavy amounts of carbs, especially if you don't really have them that often, dude, I knock the fuck out. Like I get so like my blood sugar just like drops, and I'm like, time for a fucking nap. I bought 2 dumbbells of 20 pounds each, and I do squats with them. I hold them on my shoulders height, then I do the squat, and then I get up and lift them all the way up to my head. It's good. Yeah, you can do all sorts of circuit stuff with that, and like kettlebells. You should get some kettlebells too. Dairy Queen sucks. Yeah, it's not as good as local stuff. Is Dairy Queen only in Canada? No, it's like all throughout the United States. We'll let the 2 coupons for free breakfast. Whoever's coming, not coming back. What state do I live in? I'm in Pennsylvania. Auntie Anne has amazing pretzels. I haven't had that in so long. Do y'all have an Andes that makes them really sweet and awesome ice cream things and shakes? I don't think so. I don't think I've heard of Andes. DQ the blessed blizzards, bro. How dare you? Well, I mean, they're the only one that technically make quote-unquote blizzards, but if you go to places that make blizzard knockoffs, especially locally, they put so much more shit in there with, I don't know, it's just better. You go anywhere else, it's just generally better. I mean, Dairy Queen doesn't suck. Don't get me wrong. Dairy Queen doesn't suck. I'm just saying, similar to pizza, local pizza is always going to beat chain pizza. Local ice cream is always going to beat corporate ice cream, big ice cream. Big ice cream just wants you to lick more cones. No offense, but I hear Pennsylvania is sort of depressing. Yeah, I guess it can be. It's nice in the summer. I mean, it's nice in the winter too, right? And it's nice in the fall, and it can be nice in the spring. I would say it's nice. It has all 4 seasons, but winter can last a long time and become depressing for sure. But you basically just need to know how to like make the most out of your life, right? Like any other place. I was just thinking about asking what state lives. I've been waiting to ask my daughter was 8. I've been waiting to ask since my daughter was 8. Ask me where I'm from? What do you mean? I've been waiting to ask what state you're from for 8 years. I wasn't really in the mood, but whatever. I knew a couple of hours was extremely optimistic, so I finished the small amount that I'd eaten and let my husband lead me upstairs. Now, glancing back over my shoulder, I couldn't see the boy's shadow, but I could see the teenage girl's phone. She seemed to be on Tinder now and was swiping right on men who were absolutely, definitely too old for her. But I thought, whatever, not my daughter, not my problem. After letting everything go down, my husband and I christened our B&B bed and then spent the next hour reading, him some kind of spy thriller and me a tourist brochure for the area to try and pick out a restaurant. That was one I really wanted to try, but it was crazy expensive, so I kind of wrote that one off. Later, we strolled through the village. I was looking for a restaurant that seemed appealing, but my husband didn't seem interested. And then when he stopped me in front of the luxury, expensive place that I dismissed, it was such a romantic gesture that I had tears in my eyes. The place was amazing and the food was amazing. Night was almost perfect. There was only one thing to ruin it. Something that I dismissed at the time as my overactive imagination or just some coincidence. The restaurant was in high demand, so as you can imagine, there was rarely an empty table. But whenever there was, I started noticing a shadow moving under the tablecloth, and then a set of diners would be ushered over by the maitre d', and then they'd be seated, the citadel. You want to go to Appalachia? There's many states, just like all up and down the East Coast, so I hear most people start down in Georgia and work their way north, or maybe the opposite way, because I think you can go all the way north, all the way into like Canada. I'm 33 now. My girlfriend would have to be in their 20s. A woman over... Wait, what are you talking about? Talking about who you want to get pregnant? Tell me about them and if y'all ever have an experience in the Appalachian Mountains. Anne Hathaway's having her third at 43. Yeah, it doesn't mean, I'm sure some really wealthy people can have children and do the appropriate things and not have to worry about any sort of geriatric pregnancy that has any sort of issues, you know what I mean? But still something to consider. Then a set of diners would be ushered over by the maitre d', and they'd be seated, and there'd be no sign of any shadow. But this happened at 3 or 4 tables, and I'd managed to convince myself that it was the wine that I'd had with dinner and the glass of champagne on the house that I'd indulged in at the B&B before we left for the night. We'd finished our main course and dessert, and my husband decided that we'd end the meal with a nightcap and a small plate of cheese and crackers. Instead of holding on for our waiter, because the restaurant was crazy busy by that point, my husband went up to the bar. There was an elderly couple who was staring at my prosthetics with what almost seemed like anger or maybe disapproval. Now, this isn't as uncommon as you might think and lacks the malice it might seem. Do you have any pets? Yeah, I have a kitty cat. A 12-year-old black cat named Pradeep. He's a sweetheart. "13 childbirth sounds like hell." Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like my one buddy, he's got 7 kids, and his wife still looks like just amazing. Just blows my mind, but I don't know. It's a big family, but he certainly does it well. Like, it's so weird. Like, some people, when I watch their parenting style, like, some people just, I don't know, let their kids get away with fucking everything, right? And are way, just, like, not as on top of stuff as they should be. But then other people's, like, I don't exactly know where it starts or whatever. But, some people just got, like, their kids on lockdown and, like, not a terrible way, but their kids are just so much more well-behaved than other ones I've seen. How does one feed 7 kids daily? I guess just from like a trough or something. Fill it up with goop. Carrots and slop. Breeders, am I right? I know, how dare anybody have children? She raised 13 amazing humans. Yeah, and then these guys raised 7 like amazing humans. It's just, I don't know. I guess they're just like, she's a stay-at-home mom, so she's like hyper involved in their life. I understand homeschooling, but at the same time they need to talk to other kids. Yeah, these ones are homeschooled, but they're like heavily involved in like church and sports, and all the other like sort of extracurriculars that occur with their community. And it's just like, I'll be honest, these homeschool kids that I've known, many of them since they were born, like, are some of the most intelligent most socially normal kids you can possibly imagine. Like when they talk to you, they're interested in you, and they're curious, and they chat, and they know how to talk. You know what I mean? Like their dad doesn't like allow them to have like cell phones for the sake of social media or anything like that. And yeah, they're just like hyper involved in their extracurriculars and getting to know people through all sorts of forms. And they're not weird, you know what I mean? It's obviously it all comes down to their parenting, just done a good job. And they probably will become, many of them, entrepreneurial in some sense, you know? They're just genuinely, and the fact that they've been able to read like Harry Potter, you know, since the time that they were like 5 or 6, I think that just puts them at such a massive advantage. And the fact that most of their homeschooling kind of comes down to their own independent learning. Most of them end up getting most of their like, homeschool work done months in advance, you know what I mean? Just because they work so hard and get shit done and test really high and get some of the highest, like, whatever test scores you can get and get into good college. You know, it's just brilliant children. And I think it all comes down to, like, giving them that sense of independence at an early age. Like, once you can learn how to read, you can teach yourself literally anything. They could learn black magic if they want. I don't think they will, because they're, like, Orthodox Christians. They did invite me to go to Orthodox church today, but I just like couldn't get my ass out of bed. I was just like, I don't want to fucking go to church. Could I support 6 kids? I mean, not all of a sudden. I would need to do one and then slowly build on it. I couldn't just like be in charge of a bunch of people's fucking screaming offspring. Teaching your daughter the beauty of cursive writing. Yeah, teach them to write every day, read every day. You will literally turn them into like modern geniuses, especially with like, you soon are going to see there is going to be such a massive gap between iPad kids who only ever had that and like the lack of brain development they've had and limitations that they've gotten from that, and the kids who are just like raised normally, you know, with like books and limited screen time and just like the ability to like focus on one task for long periods of time. I was a teen advocate in the local library for a good while. It's rough. The amount of brain rot social media concepts you need to chew up and spit out every week is pure violence in my mind. What do you mean? I don't get how they can't read, but they can read messages, emails, Instagram posts. That makes no sense. Yeah, it's like, I don't even fucking know. My future wife is waiting in the Orthodox church. Maybe it was. Maybe who knows? Maybe I would have went there today and just been married by the end of the service. Who fucking knows, dude? I don't know. This isn't as common as you might think and lacks the malice it might seem. Physical disabilities cause an instinctual recoil in someone's lizard brain. Now the trick is controlling it, and I understand that. Now, common as it might be, it never stopped hurting whatever had happened, though, so... Common as it might be, it never stopped hurting whenever it happened, though, so I made sure to look everywhere other than at the couple. And thus my eyes fell on the door to the kitchen and the plastic strips covering the doorway. And that's when I saw one of them being pushed aside at a low height and a boy's face peeking out of the side of the door. Of course, it was the same boy. This time as he held the plastic aside, and I could see that his fingernails were black, not just under the nails but the whole nail itself, and not painted black either, almost as if they'd been slammed in the door or something similar. And then before I really had time to take anything in, the boy's face disappeared and my husband returned with our drinks. Now this might sound a little nuts that I wasn't freaking out more about this, but ever since the car accident, I've been prone to audio and visual hallucinations at times. Nothing harmful, but they're usually triggered when I find myself in different stressful situations, which this trip definitely was. And while I thought alcohol might dull the chances of that happening, I guess I'd been wrong. I decided to talk to my husband about it the next day and ask if he'd mind if I toned down the drinking for the next phase of our trip. Now, as I lay in bed that night staring at the ceiling, I propaganda. They just brought back cursive. Yeah, why'd they even get rid of it? I don't know, man. They just want everyone to be as stupid as fucking humanly possible. Which I can feel myself getting stupider existing on social media. Just all this like short... Like every time you like flick upwards and scroll, it's always a new storyline, right? Like within literally 0.01 seconds, you are induced with the need to absorb and be interested in a new concept, a new thing, it's always new. And I get it. Endless novelty sounds fucking beautiful. But sometimes it's just like so overstimulating the point it like makes me sick, and I'm just like, fuck this thing. And then I pick up my phone 3 seconds later and start again, like not even realizing it. They don't want us reading the Constitution. I mean, I can't imagine anybody fucking reads the Constitution in school anymore. They probably say it's fucking racist or something. I can feel really stupid just watching dumbass Marvel movies. I mean, it's all just like drivel, right? They don't want anybody to be like challenged with new ideas or interesting stuff. Even with like YouTube lately, like I used to actually like kind of enjoy my YouTube feed, you know what I mean, with the shit that it gave me and like the stuff that it was recommending. I'm like, okay, they kind of got me figured out. And now it just like feels, even if it's not AI slop, it just feels like some like post AI slop era in like a weird way, where everything is like it's like a lot of information that just like essentially means absolutely fucking nothing. Like even like more like I like the comedian Tim Dillon, right? He's funny, you know, he's a funny guy, he sheds truth on things, blah blah blah, has good rants, etc., etc. But like I don't even know what it is with this podcasting format anymore. It used to feel like you could watch a podcast, have someone on there who had like a degree of expertise in something, and then I don't know, you would derive some new bits of information from that expertise and feel like maybe you learned something. But like Tim Dillon was on Joe Rogan, you know, and it's just like I tried listening to like 30 fucking minutes of it, and it's every time Joe Rogan talks, and I'm not trying to be like a total jerk, but it's just like he just talks in fucking circles about fucking nothing. You know, kind of like myself, I guess, in some ways, but it's not like I'm necessarily aiming for anything. But I feel like with like a podcast of that size, maybe there should be some degree of objective, but most of the time he's just like, dudes are just like, oh man, it's like stuff is like happening, but it's just like not happening the way it used to happen when it would happen as such. You know what I mean? And then, you know, Tim Dillon be like, 100%. Joe Rogan looks like a swollen thumb on coke. Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, that last episode with JRE with Tim was just so boring. And like, it's not to knock on Tim or anything, but I feel like technically they're both just like, it's almost like two hosts. When two hosts come together, it can be quite entertaining, but you're not going to like, I don't know, get to the bottom of what's like coming down the road. Because it kind of seems like Joe Rogan's podcast doesn't actually talk about like impending concepts anymore. Like there's very clearly like a lot of like existential threats to the modern West, you know what I mean, in its current form. But there's just, I don't know, I guess they kind of touch base on it, but there's never like any solutions or any sort of like revelatory takes, you know, if that makes sense. Dude, not right. Steroids or something did him in. I mean, he's been on steroids most of his life. I don't really think, I mean, it's kind of impressive that he's like not changed. Joel for president 2029. Exactly. We're going to have our own parallel presidency. The North is going to have 2029 election. The South is going to have a 2028. We're just going to return to that. Or no. Oh, wait. How are they going to split up the United States? It's just going to be the Northeast. South is just going to be like New Texas. And then it's just going to be like the West. Do you prefer living in urban or rural areas? I don't really like living in the city at all. Like I mean, that's just like too much. I get it. There's lots to do, but it's fun to visit. You know what I mean? Go there, be entertained for a day, maybe like go to an event that you organize your whole day around or whatever. But being around like that many people all the time and like being so disconnected from greenery and nature and all that kind of stuff. You kind of need some degree of mix of both, but I can understand why people want to live in the cities and the excitement that comes along with that. But for me at this point in life, I'm just like, I have no fucks to give about any urban area. As I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I began to convince myself that I'd seen the same child on the bus to the village, that I'd seen him peeking around the seat near the front of the bus while we were near the back. But that was impossible. I'd taken a window seat, not an aisle seat. Had I seen him peeking down that side or reflected in the window? Now here I kind of scolded myself. I was making up ghosts that weren't there. I allowed myself to bask in the relief of having removed my prosthetics after wearing them for nearly a whole day. Shower aside, and I soon fell asleep. I woke up in pitch blackness to feel a tiny hand holding my own. I could feel his, and I knew it was his, little fingers gripping my left hand as I lay on my back, barely awake. It felt soothing somehow, as if I hadn't experienced this sensation for quite some time, and it was nice, so I turned to smile at whoever was holding my hand. It was the boy, peeking over the side of the bed. His eyes were dark pits in his face, and his teeth were bright white pegs in the darkness. Now sleepily, I just smiled back. His hand felt soft and smooth in mine under the covers, even if I did remember the black fingernails. And then in some sleepy haze, it started to come to me. He was holding my hand that didn't exist. My phantom hand, you might call it. And yet I could feel it, so clearly and soothingly, and so for a moment longer I allowed it to continue. I knew I must be dreaming. What else could it be? And since I had my left hand in this dream, maybe I might have my right hand as well. I could touch my husband. I reached out with my right arm and felt my stump brush against him. He let out a little sort of sleeping mutter, and that's when I knew that I wasn't dreaming. My head snapped back to where the boy had been. I yanked back the covers. There sat my arm, severed at the elbow, and the imprints of a child's hand holding mine in the sheets. By now, my eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, and I saw the small figure sort of scuttling around on all fours toward our bedroom door, which was open a little crack. And I watched as the boy pulled himself up the door and pulled it open. Outside, for some reason, the hallway lights were completely on and bright, and I could make out the details of the boy, just his full silhouette, maybe just over 3 feet tall, standing there like a pitch-black shadow watching over me. And then he raised both hands and waved, and the door slammed shut by itself. I thought about waking my husband, and I knew what he'd say. It was my issue, my trauma, but I know what I saw and what I experienced. That was no trauma response, and it certainly wasn't a dream. This was reinforced when I somehow awoke after a very terrible few hours of sleep, and as I went to attach my prosthetics, something I've become pretty adept at doing by myself, I noticed that there was some bite marks on my left hand. And they weren't just regular bite marks either. They were spaced apart as if this biter had unusual misshapen peg-like teeth. Now, I hadn't thought to bring a spare left hand on vacation with me. I had plenty in various different types, but I was trying to travel light. He'd bitten the hand so visibly that I replaced it with only another spare prosthetic that I'd brought for that device, one that was sort of a hook-type simple one. Now, you've seen them before. You probably stared at them. They draw far more stares than just regular prosthetics. Now, eventually, later in the trip, I went with my husband's suggestion of just simply wearing gloves. It was something that I typically avoided, as I didn't want to appear ashamed of my disability, but I figured that since this wasn't my fault and there was a chance that I might meet I pet and fed a 3-legged deer at a sanctuary named Dancer and kangaroo that has to wear sunglasses. That's cool. It has to wear them. That's awesome. Wonder if kangaroos could just like casually live in the forest around here with no issues. You got a hook hand narrator? Touching you with my ghost hand. Grab my strong hand. My dream is to go to Louisiana, New Orleans. Feels like my soul belongs there. Oh, that sounds like that'd be pretty simple, right? Just get a bus ticket during like a, Mardi Gras. Hey Joe, I've been watching videos since I was 15. I'm 88 now with a kid. Can you shout out my girlfriend Eliana? I love the vision community. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for listening for almost 900 years. Appreciate you. Shout out Eliana. What do kangaroos eat? I think they eat like little kids or something. Joe, did you hear you can hit at least 3 deer while driving? Like legally? Without getting in trouble? Joe, a few days ago I had a dream where my arm, I don't remember which one, was pure bones. I could move my arm though, and it kind of looked golden. Before I woke up, I remember I saw my arm turn normal. That's sick. But you should probably check and make sure the arm is not golden, because if it is, you should probably turn it in, smelt it. Would you box a kangaroo? No, dude. Fighting a kangaroo just sounds like such a death sentence. Like I've heard their like back feet when they like grab, like they grab, imagine like a Muay Thai fighter like grabbing you, but then the feet that they bring up is like strong enough to like launch you like feet into the air, but claws on their like feet that are big, strong enough to like cut open your guts. Hey Lisa. Lisa loves Let's Free. That's a pretty cool name. Let's go, dude. So do owls. Are they really that strong? Listening while writing our client reports for money. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. You just need to get one good slap to stun them. I hope so. Would I eat kangaroo? I've had it. I had it when I went down to Australia. It tasted like chewy steak, to be honest with ya. What's up, Dispy Michelle? How we doing? It would be fun to raise one from a little Joey. Joey raising Joey. Have you ever seen a kangaroo birth? No, but I heard like they're like small as heck, like really, really small little things, like fetus-sized things that like stay in their little pouches. You hate birds? Yeah, birds can be a little bit confusing. Okay. You hate spiders? Me too. At this like animal thing, I didn't realize, I thought the person was selling like just little 3D printed bullshit, and then I went there and it was like basically jumping spider enclosures. I forget what the spiders were called, but they were just like little enclosures that came with like spiders in them, and you just kind of watch them. Did I see any spiders in Australia? I didn't really see much of jack shit when I was there, sadly. Your dog knows someone your mom knows someone whose dog got carried away by an owl. That's crazy. God, at nighttime too, you wouldn't even hear it, because whenever they attack, it's like you can't even hear it. So imagine you let your dog out and they're just like, where'd it go? And you just see it like, okay. Eventually, later in the trip, I went with my husband's suggestion of just wearing gloves. It was something I typically avoided, as I didn't want to appear ashamed of my disability, but I figured that since this wasn't my fault, there was a chance that I might actually meet someone famous at his comic shop that I just wear the gloves. Now, I didn't meet him, by the way, so it's whatever. Now that day, I approached the owners. Even though I knew in my heart of hearts that there had to be something supernatural about the Peking boy, I had to exhaust all avenues, so I told the owner that I met their son a few times now, and the last time he'd been pretty intrusive, and that maybe they should have a chat with him. They glanced over my shoulder, and I looked and saw the family with the obnoxious daughter who was clearly eavesdropping. I don't remember exactly how the conversation went, but it was something sort of like this. The owners told me that they didn't have a son, and the only child staying in the bed and breakfast right now was the girl over there. I could imagine her scowling at being referred to as a child and almost giggled at the idea because I kind of related at that age. And they asked me if I'd keep that kind of talk to myself and suggested that maybe we check out today, 4 days early, and they would refund us, as well as provide a little extra for our trouble, and could Gee, this is the longest sentence of all fucking time. They have dingoes too at the sanctuary. That's fun. Dingoes are cool. Earlier I saw, I think, like 2 coyotes fighting over the corpse of a squirrel. And it was like one was pulling on its butt and the other was pulling on its head, and they were just like pulling a fucking squirrel in half. Now granted, at that point it's dead, but I was thinking there must have been at least like 2 seconds during that time where like the squirrel must have had the best stretch of its entire life. Almost chiropractor level. Hey Joel, please decide what I should eat for dinner at Taco Bell. I'm a fat mofo. Oh no, we're gonna fix that. We're gonna fix the fat mofo life. We're gonna switch you over to just having chicken. Chicken and vegetables. Maybe a little bit of berries. And some kombucha. This is the second story. A fox randomly walked in front of you today. I've been seeing a fox specifically this one area quite a bit. And apparently foxes mean trust your gut, I guess. It's impossible to be fat. That's true. Just take Ozempic. Are we still in the story of the couple that's visiting New Jersey? I think so. I just keep seeing a little ghost boy. I made roasted chicken, roasted sweet potatoes, and black beans for my work lunch for the whole week. That sounds nice. Are you like counting your calories and stuff? That means I'm a foxy man. Foxy Cleopatra. If you want to see bears downtown, Asheville is loaded. Perfect. What am I doing for the 4th? Oh, fuck, I have no plans, dude. I don't even care. They asked me if I'd keep that kind of talk to myself and suggested that maybe we check out today, 4 days early, and that they would refund us as well as provide a little extra for our trouble and could recommend an excellent hotel in Red Bank run by a friend of theirs for which they would be able to wrangle a discount. Now this all sounds like they were being exceedingly friendly, but the iciness in their tone and the "if you don't take our offer there will be trouble" implication made it very clear that I really had no choice. And so I had to explain to my husband that we'd essentially been thrown out of the B&B because I'd seen what I thought was a ghost. Only I managed to spin it into something positive. I made up some lie about how I'd been talking to the owners about Red Bank and they sorted this all out for us. And I acted extremely excited, so he really had no choice of disagreeing. As we were leaving the bed and breakfast, I made one glance backwards, and as you can imagine, there, peeking from the window of the room that we'd stayed in, was the boy. Only this time he wasn't smiling. He genuinely looked sad, but I can't think about that, I guess. I was just glad that we headed to Red Bank, get settled into this new hotel, which was way nicer actually, and we saved some money and enjoyed the rest of the vacation. I didn't allow myself to think about that peeping boy at all, other than if I caught sight of those little bite marks in my prosthetic hand. Now I googled it last year, and it turns out that that place had closed down within less than 12 months. It had also been demolished, and the details of that were extreme. Joel's a commie. Guys, I'm a communist, man. I didn't allow myself to think about the peeping boy at all, other than if I caught sight of those bite marks in my prosthetic hand. Maybe all of this was in my head. Maybe it was the only extreme reoccurring incidents of hallucination that I've had since my accident in my teenage years. But I'd love to hear what you think. But I'm also trying to eat more protein. I need to be a little 200 to 300 calorie deficit per day to release the extra adipose, if you know what I mean. No, I mean, I totally understand what you mean, and that's the way you do it. You just got to be disciplined, pretty much eat the same sort of low calorie, high protein shit for, like, guys, they'll tell you this a million times, but your dream body, depending on how overweight you are right now, but your dream body is literally probably 3 to 5 months away. And all you need to do is figure out what calorie and macro nutrients you need, and you're Gucci. You know, do your walking, do your lifting, whatever. And yeah. No, easier said than done, but we're all different people, so maybe you guys will be able to get it done. Hey Joe, did you ever cover the story from 1982 Los Angeles fetus disposal scandals? 16,431 aborted fetuses in a shipping container. No, but I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised. Like, if you got all those, like, fetuses from, like, abortions or whatever, like, it does make some sense that there would be, like, some sort of black market that exists on the back end. Now, I know some people might think it's, like, sacrilegious to say that, and I totally get it. It's a disgusting thing. The whole thing is obviously quite sad. But I mean, like, literally think of the worst possible thing that could be happening in any sort of, like, functioning government society, and just be prepared to understand that it probably is occurring. But what do you guys think? Okay. Aborted fetuses are extremely valuable. I mean, I imagine, like, I don't know exactly what they would use for it, but maybe they just turn them into a fine powder, send them to China. Joel was talking me through my postpartum, and everyone in the chat was so supportive. Single mom in it. There you go. If we're being technical, all meats have parasite bits. That's why they get cleaned up and cooked to get rid of all that. What are you talking about? Getting to shape is a process. It's something you can't do in a week. No, certainly. That's what I'm saying. Like 3 to 5 months of just, like, sticking with a consistent, like, resistance training, walking, you know, relative cardio process with, like, hitting your, you know, designated macros and calorie deficit. Like, these are the things that have been consistently scientifically shown to transform people's bodies over time. And if you can figure it out, you know, and find something that works for you as far as diet and consistent exercise without feeling too exhausted or too whatever, I say go for it, man. What does the phrase "you are Gucci" means? It just means you're good. Like, are we Gucci? It means, are we good? You Gucci. It's just a slang. Hey, October Fawn, what's going on? Was there a period where you let yourself go? Oh, yeah, definitely. I remember during the CrossFit days, I would pretty consistently, like, every Saturday, just have, like, a fucking giant whole, like, the entire, like, red stuffed, which is just basically stuffed crust pizza, but the entirety of it, so it turns into, like, a lasagna, and then have, like, a fucking gallon of ice cream. It was so awesome, dude. I need to get back to that, but I don't think I can get away with it anymore. Your belly fat is dissolving. Where does it go? I think it gets turned into, like, CO2 or something. Like, your body breaks it down and... Well, let's look it up. When you burn fat for energy, what's it turn into? We have conspiracies in the chat. Uh-oh. God forbid somebody thinks something different. Your body breaks stored fat down and uses it for energy. In the process, most of the fat mass becomes carbon dioxide, which leaves when you breathe out. The rest becomes water, leaving you through urine, sweat, breath vapor, etc. The usable portion of the reaction is captured at energy, ATP, and is released as heat. Interesting. I've seen hot dog stuffed crust pizza advertised. Oh, that sounds amazing. Joel, have you seen Berserk? I LARP and made the Drago Slayer so I can be my friend in the pig. I was LARPing when I saved Snorlax. Oh, that's awesome. Have I had raw milk? Yeah, it's pretty tasty. I've seen some of Berserk, but I have like the manga, but I honestly haven't. I need to just watch it, right? It's a classic. Foodies are so obnoxious. What's a foodie? Like people who just like food. Isn't everybody a foodie? I went from discovering they sell cheesecake on Amazon to losing weight and exercising. That's good. I mean, it's the only way to live longer, you know what I mean? Like this, it's such a nefarious thing. And like the one thing I don't think will ever catch on is the whole fat phobic concept, because it's like, dude, like being fat and out of shape is so many levels of bad. You feel bad. You never feel super confident in yourself. People treat you differently when you're fat. They treat you so much better when you're in shape. When you're in shape and jacked, people walk up to you and just like either want you or respect you. As sad as that is to say, it's just like the superficial reality of what it means to be human. It's just how it is. And you live longer. You meet a partner that you're also attracted to, most likely. You fucking live longer. Like, it's just so many benefits of just like getting below 20 to 15% body fat. Life is just better. Yeah, and you put a ton of pressure on your organs, all that blood flow all the time. You got to eat. What happened to the food pyramid? What do you mean, the food pyramid? What about the fat cult? That's true. Well, honestly, I think what they're doing is they fatten you. They're trying to get you to fatten you up because they want to eat you. Like, never take for granted the fact that there might be a witch out there that's trying to fatten you up to turn you into a scrumdiddlyumptious treat. I've been called fatphobic before, but being fat is truly one of my biggest fears. It's just a made-up fucking word, right? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what is the most fat-phobic thing on Earth? Heart attacks. Heart attacks are the most fat-phobic killers on Earth. You know what I mean? Like, when you're large, you're just like putting so much pressure on your cardiovascular system day in and day out, and you will die early. Like, you will. It's just how it is. Like, sure, you can take a bunch of medications to like help with your thyroid, help with your fucking, blood pressure and your triglyceride. You can do all this shit. But it would be way more awesome if you went and fucking lifted weights and went on some fucking walks and ate foods that weren't made out of like processed McDonald's trash. It's so fucking simple. And the fact that like most likely the food industry is like that is making you sick and leading you down the path of becoming like a forever pharmaceutical customer, they're most likely the ones that came up with the term fat phobic. Like the people over at like Nestle or whatever, Nabisco, who like want you to just like snack on fucking Oreos all day, are the ones that most likely like marketed this concept of like body positivity. And that doesn't mean you should be mean to anyone who is big or whatever, but you should encourage them through being their friend that you will live a much happier life if you can just like exercise and be confident in yourself that way. You know what I mean? What's up, Lucy? I'm listening to this, eating ice cream. Well, this is, maybe this is the day. Kevin Samuels used to be the most honest person ever doing YouTube. He used to say women size 20, they need to go to the gym as soon as possible. Well, he was rude about it, right? But I mean, like, is he wrong? Like, is someone who's concerned about someone's health based on their physicality, are they really a bad person? No. They're literally more... You know who's a bad person? The one that tells you that you shouldn't care. The one that tells you that you shouldn't just indulge in every fucking terrible habit ever. oh, smoke cigarettes, eat fucking shitty, do that, like, do whatever you want in life. No, dude, that, like, if you just exist in a constant state of, like, decadence at all time, you're gonna die early and live a miserable life leading up to that death. It's just, like, fucking so blatantly obvious. What's your favorite video that you ever made? Appreciate. I think the Sasquatch one was just, I don't know, it's just fun. I used to be a conspiracy theorist, but then I realized I can't do anything about it. Nobody else is doing anything about it, so I stopped caring. If it's not something I can't control, it's not worth the headache. I agree. I mean, and you have to come to the realization when you're into conspiracies, unless you are, like, genuinely trying to, like, change the laws in your county related to, like, where they can dump, I don't know, slop in the water or, like, whatever. Like, unless you're actually going to try to make a change that mitigates a nefarious action taken by, like, government or some type of rich people, like, you're really just following it because you're entertained. In the same reason you follow politics to, like, make sense of reality, you're just following it for, like, some loose form of entertainment at the end of the day. Joel, watch Oreo cookies getting burned. They don't melt no matter what they do in the test. That's crazy. Infinite calories. They're pretty much just radioactive. Hashimoto's is an autoimmune disease that attacks the thyroid, by the way. Death possible, but I have it, to be honest, and I do. It helped me gain weight since I was under... Oh, yeah, I'm very sorry about that. That is tough. What's up? Any advice on how to study? I'm in my prerequisites for radiology, and it's whipping my ass. I mean, I guess the only way that I studied back in nursing school was, like, they would give us these study guides that... First, it was like you would read through the chapter and take, like, guided notes, right? And then after you wrote those guided notes, like leading up to the test the next week on a Monday, I would basically just read those guided notes pertaining to the answers 3 times in a row. And I mean, there's other ways to study, but, like, I sometimes think it does fall very heavily upon your professors to give you guidance on the most efficient manner in which to study. Because if it's just this, if it's just this idea that, like, read an entire ridiculous chapter within a short period of time, that's just, like, kind of falls on the professors of giving, like, inappropriate guidance on how to, like, truly know the material while also effectively studying the material without wasting a ton of time. What's your thoughts on the Lord's Prayer? You know, if it helps you at night and you're happy about it, I think it covers a lot of bases pertaining to what's covered in it if you really break it down sentence by sentence. So, you know, I think it's cool. Someone gave me grits from the food bank and it was filled with bugs. I be eating bugs, bro. I knew food bones don't exactly give you the best to eat treats. I remember my friends used to go to the food bank and they had some pretty good steaks. What did I study in college? I went to nursing school, so it was just, like, all nursing and health related bullshit, as well as, like, like random prerequisites and stuff. I remember, like, learning that I was actually a pretty good writer in college. I was not, like, no one ever said my writing was good in high school. And then when I got to college, all my professors, like, liked my writing. And, like, then I, obviously, as school went on, my writing got, like, more technical, I guess, was, you know, having to reference things. But, I don't know, it was very encouraging, I suppose. Just got home from a concert. Nice, how was it? Bro, take pictures of the educational material and upload them to Claude, then ask what's the most important from it. Oh, that sounds pretty efficient, too. Sometimes you can benefit from AI as well, as long as it's not, like, completely replacing your ability to think and do stuff. I was a CNA while I was in massage school. It was hard times, but I loved it. Yeah, CNA is a tough fucking job. You're, like, at the lowest rank, right? You know. So thyroid function, have been out of my thyroid meds for a week. Fatigue, puffiness, sadness, a lot of loss of appetite, body aches, headaches, loss of mind to cancer. Take care of your thyroid. That's crazy. Yeah, my friend just had surgery on one side of his thyroid this past week, and he seems to be doing good. How did you discover you had a talent for reading? I literally didn't know until, like, I just tried it. I thought that it would be, like, the simplest form of content creation on YouTube back in, like, 2014. And then I tried it, and then people liked it, and then I kept refining it until I found, like, a good voice, and here we are. What video is the scariest you've made in your opinion? Scariest? I don't know. Some of the ghost stories to me are pretty spooky. It's just past 3 a.m. as I'm sitting down to write this. Now, I'm a bit of a night owl when it comes to creativity. I'm a writer and that's how I make my living. Now, caveat, I'm not saying that I'm a very good one, so I'm in before any gotchas. And I'm also a dude who makes his money from writing romance smut. Mostly for women, but sometimes for men, about men, doing, well, you know what I mean. I don't make the megabucks. I haven't written 50 Shades of Grey or gone comedy viral like Chuck Tingle, but I sell enough to keep the lights on each month and live pretty comfortably. It turns out that, to quote Jimmy Carr, a lot of women like to prod the cat while they're reading, while we dudes just stick on that one website and watch the same handful of videos over and over. Now, needless to say, my wife kinda likes my job and she serves as my beta reader. When I started out, I really thought nothing would come of it, just a drop in the pool of the ocean that is internet smut and a bit of spending money to waste on my hobby of collecting old baseball cards. And then one of my self-published books took off, and my wife, who is also my agent, was fielding calls from imprints at all the big five. I won't name the book or the publisher or my pseudonym, but I signed a 3-book deal on the spot that gave me enough money to do what I'd always promised that I'd do if I got rich and famous. And that promise was to allow my wife to follow her dreams and buy a small organic farm ranch that she could build up as a business. Now, my wife, Lorelei, you can lose weight fast if you starve yourself. Lost 20 pounds in 2 months as my diet didn't allow me to eat. Oh yeah, don't starve yourself, guys. You'll lose a ton of muscle and probably disrupt a lot of your hormones as well. You gotta do it slow, you know what I mean? You gotta get the appropriate macronutrients with like a minor deficit of like 300 to 500 calories per day below your BMR, and, you know, just don't starve yourself. Joel, is your first ever YouTube video still up? I think the one that I did about Leslie Groves is down, because at the time, like, YouTube was demonetizing channels, and I thought that it was all because of like stuff that might have been like considered taboo, and I thought war was taboo, so I took, you know, he took down so much because dumbass YouTube just scares everyone into like thinking, like basically having no idea what is or isn't or shouldn't be advertiser friendly, you know what I mean? Ureli. How do you say his name? What the fuck? That's crazy. Is Forvo just shut down? Lorelei. Oh, okay. Wait, is that right? Lorelei? Laurel or Yanny? All the AI and bots instead of using actual humans to scan. Scan what? Teresipeptide is the secret peptide. Is that the Retatrutide one, or which one is that? How am I doing? I'm good, Cod Boy. How we doing? I know I'm way behind in the chat, but I liked Tim Dillon's show more when Ben was on it. Yeah, there seemed to be like a certain level of... I'm not exactly sure why he got rid of Ben. I didn't know if like Tim had some like issue with like Ben's girlfriend or something. Maybe Tim wanted to like fuck Ben, and then that was like... Maybe he was jealous of the girlfriend. I don't know, because Tim is gay, so like, I don't know. Maybe he just got really kind of like catty or something with the girlfriend. Or maybe there was like some sort of deal where they were starting to succeed and Tim just had to move forward on his own because... And then Ben wanted more money because he was there from the beginning. And or maybe he seemed like a loose end that just didn't really... You know, that Tim didn't need anymore. The drama with Ben was so weird. But what was it? What was the drama? I don't even... They seem like they're so cool with each other. I also saw Ben in a interview. It was like an interview with like him and Sam Hyde and some other guys. I think Nick Mullins was on there and stuff, and like Ben was really funny. Ben was like really, really fucking funny. Like him talking about like interacting with the Hollywood types, like what's his name, Seth Rogen. Oh yeah, dude, it's just like ridiculous, dude. Like everything, and like, oh, you know, like him doing an impression of Seth Rogen was so fucking funny. Like, can you believe it? Like, back in the day, like, on the Black Eyed Peas, they said, like, let's get retarded in the song. Like, isn't that crazy, dude? Ugh. Question, Joel, is this your full-time allow you to live comfortably? You have thousands of millions of viewers on so many videos. Would you say you'd need that much overtime to make a living? Yeah, I'm living very comfortably. I'm doing good. Eat dates. Dates are good, but dates are still very like heavy in sugar, so you have to be careful you don't eat too many. I mean, at the end of the day, just measure the macros, you know what I mean? How did you choose the name Saturn Soul for your other channel? I don't know, it just sounded cool. Hi Joel, do you have a favorite candy bar? Also, do you think a creepypasta story set in a candy store? That'd be good. I wonder what would happen in it. I loved Reese's Cups, or just anything like Reese's. Racist Cups. Seth Rogen is Seth Rogen in every movie. Yeah, and like, I mean, I'm excited for him in the sense that he gets to produce all these like cool ass shows, because I think he helps produce The Boys. I think he helps produce Invincible. He did the Ninja Turtle. He basically is living like my dream in like a lot of ways. But at the same time, he himself is kind of just like fucked in the head when it comes to like his perspectives. Just like most Hollywood people are just existing in that echo chamber and they can't like seem to escape it. Did you live stream right away or wait until you're following live when you record? I honestly, as soon as they allowed you to live stream on YouTube, I might have given it a few months, but I gave it a whirl pretty early. Take your viewers on an outing like a local tulip festival. I'll think about it. I need you to produce me some produce. I need you to produce me some cabbage and spinach and beans. I need you to produce me some produce. I keep hearing that audio and it's really funny. The audio, they use it over top of like what I think my guinea pig is thinking in his head, and it's just like the guinea pig like eating and just like, I need you to produce me some produce. Did you like The Boys Ended? No, I heard it was shit. I didn't watch The Boys. Or no, what am I saying? I watched all of season 4 of The Boys, and then I didn't even, I literally didn't even watch season 5 because I heard it was such trash. Like, the amount of potential that The Boys had from season 1, you know what I mean, of just like how many different directions the show could have gone to where it like ended is just so sad. But I don't know, I really don't have a lot of faith in any sort of like Hollywood controlled nonsense anymore. It's just not possible. Do you have any alien stories? Hopefully soon. Did you do you recommend anything from Reese's that's not peanut butter? Well, Reese's is from the Hershey bar company, so you would have to like find like what Hershey's makes, and they do like all sorts of other stuff like Hershey's chocolate and things of that nature. M&M's, I believe, is Hershey's, right? What's everyone's knowledge on mathematics? I want to know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about math. We could figure it out. 6 + 6, like, sometimes I just see numbers in my head. It's annoying that he's Alan in Invincible. Yeah, he's just gotta like insert himself into everything and be, I mean, like, he used to be a very strong comic relief guy, but I don't know what it is. There was like a ton of like really, really, really popular comedians who existed within stuff, and then like from about 2016 onward, comedy just took like a back seat in the realm of like Hollywood, and now we're a decade later and like nobody gives a shit about any of those comedians, whether it's like Will Ferrell or, you know, I guess Seth Rogen. I mean, I guess they all took on more of a producer role type thing. It is what it is, whatever. I just make the hardest decision of my life yesterday. I had to put my little girl Gracie down. She had a paralyzed trachea and stopped breathing on her own. She was only 3. Was it a dog or a cat? Or Joe, have you noticed the difference in your voice from the years before year 6? You really developed the voice in year 6. Yeah, there was like around the time that the channel kind of like took off, I like tried to be a little bit darker in like 2017, and then I kind of found like a much easier tempo with how I still am dark but also have like a pretty natural cadence, you know. M&M's from Mars, Hershey's competitor. Oh, okay, my bad, I get them mixed up. M&M's are 84 years old as a species. I mean, related to the Eminem sapien. Yorkies get the collapsed trachea often. Oh, that's sad. Oh, she was a cat. I'm sorry. Alright. Good. How do you say his name? Lorelai. Lorelai, okay. My wife, Lorelai, had grown up as a farm girl. When she met me at a house party in our junior year of high school, she claimed it was love at first sight. We got together that very night and have been together ever since. When she wasn't partying, studying, or increasingly hanging out with me, she helped out on her parents' farm. She was an incredible horse rider. She had this horse named Moon Rider, and she could control that creature like it was an extension of her own body. They were both... Hey, Mon Bleu, what's up? Do I believe in UFOs? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's exactly what their origin is. I mean, it's hard to say. Could be interdimensional travelers, could be the government, could be all sorts of fucking things. All men sound attractive to me? That's pretty cool. I went to this, like, sort of like Turkish, I don't even know what the fuck it was. It was sort of like just like a coffee place, restaurant earlier, and I don't know what it is. Like, I fucking hate when you go to, like, some of those hipster places, and people are just, like, not very nice. Like, they just, everything, like, she literally did, like, a fucking, like, drive-by check putting, like, here you go, get this whenever. Like, everything's so nonchalant, it almost, like, makes you wonder if they're, like, trying to be, like, it's part of the culture to be, like, as rude as fucking possible. But it is what it is. They were both athletic creatures that you could have sworn were one being when she rode him in They were both athletic creatures that you could have sworn were one being when she rode him in those competitions. I forget what they're called. Now, when I first met Lorelai, Moon Rider had passed away a few months before. That first drunken night, as we made it out onto the couch at Billy Davis's house party, I promised Lorelai that one day I'd buy her a farm and as many horses as she could carry. She found this hilarious and the idea of carrying horses, and also told me that I shouldn't make promises I couldn't keep. Challenge accepted, and eventually we owned a farm in rural Georgia where I could ride uninterrupted and Lorelai could set up the riding school that she'd always dreamed of. Now first though, we set aside a year to renovate the farm, turn it into a horse riding ranch, and fix up anything that needed fixing. It was affordable thanks to how much work was required to make it perfect, but we were up to the challenge. More than up to it, really, I'd say, and I can't decide who was more excited, me or my wife. Now, then after a week or so, she woke me up from a pretty deep sleep. It took me a moment to get my bearings. At first, I was still convinced that I was in our old apartment back in Maine. Lorelai asked me if I could hear that. I strained, still I'm gonna listen to Electra and Spotify tonight while I sleep. That sounds nice. The Gen Z stare. Maybe. I don't fucking know. They were just fucking not happy. Sorry, Joe. Unfortunately, their customer service standards are at some establishments. It's all good. I don't know. It's like, I've never really come across people who just, like, don't give a flurp. So your best voice is when you do a middle-aged African-American woman. That's true. It's probably who I truly am, honestly. It's my face reveal. The Moroccan coffee they took with hot sand looks interesting, but I can't do caffeine. You can't do caffeine? Damn. Missing out, bro. Lorelai asked me if I could hear that. I strained, sleep still kind of blocking my ears, but I couldn't hear anything. Just an owl or something, or another bird swooping in for some kill. Lorelai said that was strange because as soon as she'd woken me up, the sound had stopped. I asked her what she heard, and at first she was kind of shy, and then she admitted it. She'd heard the sound of numerous distressed horses coming from the barn. It was a sound that she recognized quite well after a rattlesnake had gotten into the family barn, Thankfully, no casualties, and later a wolf, unfortunately a colt, suffered a mortal wound this time. Now, Lorelei told me that the sound that she'd heard from our barn had been exactly like the distressed braying of our childhood horse of herd. Are Turkish people rude? I don't really know. I generally have no fucking clue. Don't come across them too often, and we don't live in Turkey, so... And we only ever have them on Thanksgiving, you know what I mean? I hear they don't get trained anymore, and on top of their socialization being governed by social media, it's just a recipient for disaster. Yeah, younger people, I suppose. I don't know. There was a lot of, like, attractive young women as well, so, like, sometimes they... I don't know. Maybe they just sort of have, like, a natural inclination where they're like, if I'm just, like, sort of rude out the gate, nobody will talk to me, and that's... I mean, I wasn't planning on it. I don't know if it's regional, but customers call, ask a question, and just hang up with it being like a parting acknowledgement, you know, just like, bye. Oh, yeah, like they're on to the next thing. Who fucking knows? You married a Turkish woman? Is she a sweetheart? Or is she rather curt? Ever been to a movie theater with a restaurant in it? I remember, I think it was in Florida, you could get like a beer and a burger and all this kind of shit. It was pretty fucking goated. Like, I saw, I think it was back in, like, 2019, I saw Spider-Man No Way Home or whatever. Your ex was a turkey. Do Turkish people like turkey dinner? I think so. I think that's where Thanksgiving true origin got its start. You married the best woman on earth, down to earth and lovable. Good for you, my friend. Who's that? What's my honest thoughts on the Vikings? Oh, I don't know. They sounded pretty crazy, you know what I mean? Pretty badass, just like going from like place to place in cold water, sailing across everywhere just for the sheer fuck of it, you know what I mean? Knowing full well that they could die on the transit there, and then knowing full well that they're going to just like rape and pillage whatever the fuck that came across, and had a pretty interesting, I guess, with the Nordic pantheon of gods is pretty interesting. Joe, what would your family say if they walked in the room when you were doing twerking ad-libs? They would beat my ass with a chancla and a belt. One hand chancla, other hand belt. But I would be twerking in defense. I'd be like, bam, 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 just like knocking away every strike. Boom, boom. I didn't even see you there, Mom and Dad. The fuck up. Back the fuck up. Bam, bam. But it would be like Super Smash Brothers, where like they power up a really big strike, and then I hit it like right at that exact like block moment, like Marth, and just fucking straight reverse them into the stratosphere. Game. The Vikings TV show was awesome. The dude who played Ragnar is an amazing actor. Yeah. I do remember that one where like he's about to get beheaded, and then he's like, can you pull my hair back? I need it in, Valhalla or whatever. And then he pulls the dude's hands forward, and they accidentally cut through his hands. And he's like, whoa, whoa. Lorelei told me that the sound that she'd heard from our barn had been exactly like the distressed braying of her childhood horses. The problem was we didn't yet own any horses. The barn was empty. I gently explained this to Lorelei and asked if it could maybe have come from a nearby farm, but she told me that there was no equine centers or horse farms in the area at all, except for ours. Lorelei wouldn't be placated until we both made our way to that barn. It was an excruciatingly hot night, so we trudged across the fields in our underwear and hefty boots, and if there had been any neighbors, we would have been quite the sight. One of the many benefits of living in the complete middle of nowhere. If you feel like walking almost naked through the darkness to an empty barn, then who's going to stop you? And as soon as I stepped into that barn, though, I wished that I'd worn a coat. Immediately, I felt a chill unlike anything I should have experienced at the height of that summer. There were no horses, of course, or distressed animals of any sort, but all of the stall doors had been opened. Oh, I wasn't sure that they had been closed before. I was sure. Horse ghosts. The horse ghosts. Sucking on a ghost horse cock. Joel, it would mean the world to me if you said something about Gracie as your outro. Sure. I don't think there's an outro tonight because it's bonus content, but remind me next time. Shout out to Gracie. Rest in peace, baby girl. Thinking of marrying either a Latina or a European queen, a housewife material from the village. You can do whatever you want, man. Good luck. Good luck to you. I like the funk songs that get me twerking solemnly. Solemnly. Just a depressed twerk. Twerking my way all the way to the gallows. I'm getting stuff ready to make my witch broom tomorrow during the full moon. Would you please be careful with your sorcery? There were no horses, of course, or distressed animals of any sort, but all of the stall doors had been opened, and I was sure that they'd been closed before. One look at Lorelei's face told me that I was right, they had. And by day we worked on maintaining the farm and turning it into the riding center of our dreams. But every few nights, my wife was woken up by the sound of horses in distress, and I was beginning to think that she might be losing it, that my darling wife was suffering from some kind of psychotic break, or even worse, a brain tumor. But then one night she woke up quick enough and I heard it too. Enough was enough. So I leaped out of bed. Oh wait, I should probably say that more dramatically. Joel, remember when Justin was Neo'd Haze? That's the name of his new unreleased song. I have no fucking clue. Oh, Neo Blood Haze. Yeah, his fucking AI music. Have you ever looked into John Kiriakou? Oh yeah, John Kiriakou is full of shit. Guys, anybody, listen. I'm going to tell you guys two people in the conspiracy space who you should not listen to ever. It's John Kiriakou. And then anybody who was in the CIA at one point never stops not being in the CIA. And then this other dude with who always has a fucking headband. What's his name? CIA guy with hair. With the hair. Andrew Bustamante. Don't trust Andrew Bustamante as well. They're just full of fucking dog. I don't know, dude. And honestly, if I was in the CIA, I would be banging out as many fucking content creators as possible. I'm not talking about sticking my penis in their butt. I'm talking about generating as many content creators and propping them up as much as possible to muddy any possible waters, to basically just any amount of truthful information that could come out. You just flood the market with it so you never actually get to any sort of legitimate answer or any sort of legitimate trusted source. And it makes sense. It's part of the whole Operation Mockingbird thing, and you basically just have to have an extraordinarily strong sense of discernment for what you consider truth. And that truth can be found in Guy Fieri. Basically anything he tells you that takes him to Flavortown is a food that you need to eat to be revealed what is the most important things in life, which is delicious, scrumdiddlyumptious treats. Holy shit, Jensen, welcome back for 72 months. Toy Story 5 spoiler. Woody gets hard and fucking dies. Woody gets shoved up Andy's butt. Jensen, what is up, bro? Good to see you, my beloved. So you don't believe his prison time was legit, or do you think he was made a deal during his prison time? Probably some mixture of both. I mean, think about it. If Mossad can go to extraordinary lengths to set up NGOs, to set up front companies in which are pagers, right? You have the pager companies that you can set up that then, I don't know, what is it? Hezbollah buys it and then it blows up in their faces and all that kind of stuff. If they can set up that many if they can go through 10,000 hoops to do one thing, they can send one dude into jail, right? to make you believe that. I mean, isn't that what they did in the fucking movie The Departed? Didn't what's his name's character in The Departed to like have like a legit, you know, role, or, you know, like, oh, I did my time, y'all. Hey, how do you do, fellow kids? I did my time. You can trust me. I was in the slammer. And then you come out and then you know, do a big old drug bust because you're a fucking narc, you know what I mean? Like, that's, you know, that's understandable. I mean, like, they're smart. They're smart people. They have, like, unlimited resources, unchecked by any facet of government whatsoever. And you hit a new PR today. What did you hit, Jensen? Coming from a guy who served in the USMC, I can actually verify at least some of what he was saying is legit. I won't go any further detail, which is fine. I mean, like, that's the thing, is the devil always tells you a little bit of truth. The devil always tells you a little bit of truth, but there's always something that's omitted, something that's diversionary, you know, and certain people play like different parts. Like, some people play a part where they verify pieces of information so it continues to, you know, lend credence to a particular narrative that makes you feel like he's, oh, relatable, super relatable, and they're on your side and they're looking out for you, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the same operations that they're doing in foreign nations to, you know, fucking basically divide it, divvy it up, create like civil wars, all that kind of shit. Do you not think that with unchecked power, they're not going to like maybe do the same thing here? Going back a long fucking time, transitioning from the OSS to what they are in this modern sense, the abstract connection between like the Bush family, you know, it's like if you really want to know what the CIA is at the end of the day, it's a fucking secret society. It's a secret society that operates in the forefront as a military, you know, operation that sort of masquerades as your friend. And sure, they do some good, but, you know, the devil was an angel of light at one point, right? I'm just saying, like, just have some discernment. Divine Jupiter, welcome back for 11 months. Just got back from vacation in Maine, saw a moose and a skinwalker throwing it back. Let's fucking go. The moose is just standing there dead-eyed, and the skinwalker's like a 3D animated. It's just my avatar every time someone donates. Always out here talking about bushes. I must be an 18-year-old in the year 2001 the way I'd die for some bush. Have people ever trusted the CIA ever? I mean, I'm sure they do, you know what I mean? But who knows? Maybe there's also a benefit to the degree in which we don't trust them. Maybe we give them too much benefit of the doubt. Maybe we think they're too intelligent. Maybe we think they're too effective in what they do. But I also, like, you know, it brings into question, like, some abstract stories that you've heard from what the fuck's that one guy's name? Who's like bald and was like an ex-Navy SEAL guy. Bald. Sean Ryan. Like, it's, you know, it's nothing against Sean Ryan or anything like that. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but whenever he sits there and tells me whenever he had some sort of like job with the CIA, and then they, like, when he walked in after a night of having like a crazy hangover in like South America, and they got pictures of his face and everything he was doing all over the CIA headquarters as he walks in. It's just like, in a weird sort of way, like, it's a cool story, but it also kind of like takes away from the fact on whether or not you should trust him, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know, I feel like there's so many people that, like, it's not entirely that they're completely controlled. It's just, I think you allow people to exist and, you know, grow organically, but then they get to a certain point in which you try to, like, reel them in a little bit, you know what I mean? You guide them down a certain path. Maybe you send somebody in there to perhaps influence things. I mean, a lot of people thought that, like, Charlie Kirk's fucking wife was a handler, you know what I mean? Which is, you know, smart, and that's what they've done forever. Like, that's what the whole Epstein thing, the idea of, like, blackmail, apparently the shit that was occurring down in those Virgin Islands and all that kind of stuff has been like a human trafficking process that's been going on for like 300 to 400 years, you know what I mean? And utilizing, like, young women for the, process of, what do they call it? Like, what do they call it? Confidant? What's that called? Compromat, where it's like compromising material and all that kind of stuff, or using women to infiltrate various forms of, like, the royal halls of a king's castle. They use that to get them in there. I mean, women are very good spies, and but they're also have really nice boobs. I actually found out about your channel because the top 15 channel back in 20. Yeah, that's going back. That's Dylan is chillin'. I'm reading Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare right now. It's recommended on Weird BookTube a lot, and the stem cell stuff was just mentioned as the mark of the beast. What do you mean? Joel, what's your favorite console of all time? Honestly, maybe GameCube. Probably GameCube. And yeah, the conspiracy theory concept as a phrase itself is just an invention of the CIA, right? I mean, it's just so easy. People are so quick to just sort of like compartmentalize another person by just negating anything they say, by just kind of like poo-pooing it away. And what better way to like poo-poo away someone's like beliefs by just like naming it and claiming it, right? You name a term, people know the term, and then you claim it. That's why like there's so many like certain words that I don't know, like are really, really effective at like dismissing people's perspectives, whether it's like being called an NPC or being called woke. And it's like, I don't know, I think it's much more important to just like have the discussions, see where the other person's coming from, and just not get like pulled into these little culty camps of left versus right. It's just illogical, you know what I mean? Like your overall goal when it comes to deriving information from reality should just be as much maximal truth as you can. It should be a scientific process that's continually growing and expanding and being open to all sorts of different perspectives, and then figuring out something in between, I suppose. NPCs are hot. What games did GameCube have? Never had one. Oh, GameCube was the shit, bro. You should honestly, I'm not kidding. Some of the GameCube games are just as good to me as like whatever the fuck the Switch has right now. I mean, that was where Animal Crossing started. That's where Mario Sunshine was. That's where basically whatever Super Smash Brothers is right now, going from the N64 to the GameCube, was that big jump. And it really technically hasn't changed that much since then. And just so many other fucking solid entries into that realm. Or Luigi's Mansion, all that shit. It's just so good. Other dog whistle terms. What's a dog whistle term? Because dog whistle it depends on what you mean by dog whistle. Does it have anything to do with Jack Russell Terriers? Joe, will you consider yourself an actual conspiracy theorist? I mean, listen, I like to delve into the realm of conspiracy theory. But if it means that me saying that means that you just like look at me as a jerk, or throw away anything I say completely, then I would say that you are a closed-minded individual who doesn't want to have a conversation. Not you, but just in general, because I've come across so many people, like I said, that just, you start asking questions, and you ask too many questions, you start making too many connections and curiosities in your mind, and it's honestly easier for most people in the general population to just call you whatever pejorative they need to call you, so that they themselves never have to be faced with any sort of existential dread or any sort of like hard reality that they might need to be faced with. And it's just a linguistic battle, you know what I mean? Most people are just like lazy, myself included, they would rather just continue to exist within their compartmentalized view of reality, and that's fine, honestly. But if their compartmentalized view of reality ends up generating a stronger degree of hate towards another person based on their perspectives, then I would say that they missed out on what it really means to have, I don't know, a liquid and evolving sense of progressive thought. I can have a conversation, but I can't deal with people that make it their whole personality. Oh yeah, if it gets like too much, I mean, it's just like literally people that go so far into the conspiracy realm are just as annoying as the people that make everything about like woke shit and like political, you know, politically correct, progressive nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, you gotta find some degree of in between to just be a normal human being that doesn't associate yourself too heavily to a label. Otherwise, you'll just fucking drive yourself insane trying to be part of that cult, trying to be part of that church, trying not to break too far away from their self-determined dogma that can, if you deviate from it, you get ostracized. You know, it's not worth your energy or identity. I never thought Joel was some cool guy with own independent thoughts. Fascinating. I know, believe it or not. People attempt to dismiss you by labeling you a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, it's just easier, and that's fine. Flat Earth is real. I mean, honestly, I've never been above the Earth, you know what I mean, to truly see what it is, but maybe I'll go to, who knows, maybe I'll wait for Oliver Tree's Ice Wall documentary to come out that he was working on, and then I'll make my judgment from there about Flat Earth. You're not intellectual if you contemplate the no-no thoughts. Exactly, like the fact that people say that there's thoughts in your head that you can't have, just it creates the Streisand effect of like the fact that you like want to look into them more, and then you start to like wonder why the fuck do people shame you for thoughts? What's the point of shaming thoughts? I don't know. It's really strange. The fact that every time you have a conversation, someone's like, that's a slippery slope thing that we're getting on, and that's a fallacy in and of itself, saying that like your perspective is going to lead to what? Hitler 2, Electric Boogaloo? Like, what the fuck? Can we just fucking have a bit of a chat here? But then one night, she woke up quick enough and I heard it too. Oh, that's the... Then one night, she woke up quick enough and I heard it too. Is it woke me up or... Then one night, she woke me up quick enough and I heard it too. And enough was enough. I leaped out of bed, dragged my shoes on, snatched up the nearest flashlight and began to jog across to that barn. All the while my trip was soundtracked by the sound of screaming horses. Or were they horses? The more I listened, the more I became unsure. Once again, the barn was empty and the stalled doors had been open again. However, this time, the pained yelling didn't stop. Instead, it just lowered significantly in volume, and I also jumped out of my skin as Lorelei. Put the lotion on your fucking skin. Why are people scared of things they don't understand? I understand that. I don't understand that. It's scary. Yeah, I mean, you know. Because if you think too much, you know, you're gonna get pulled in it. And when you stare, what do they say? You stare into the darkness and the darkness stares back. Like, it can eventually consume you, or you can become sort of that thing that, you know, you hated. The shaming of thoughts becomes a really big thing around COVID. People began shaming each other for, yeah. I agree, man. Yeah, I know, you know, but that's the thing is, like, the people that control positions of information, you know, of which can be intelligence agencies, all that kind of stuff, they are so effective at dividing us, controlling language, controlling that in which can and can't be said, or that which should be shamed within the cultural zeitgeist, you know, and it's like, but those who begin to notice the patterns, you know, begin to wake up to a larger, you know, clearly guided perspective, you know what I mean? Like, you just start to realize that so much of what you see within the narrative of reality doesn't feel as organic as they want you to believe it to be. It just feels like there's a storyline that, you know, there's these important points that they need to hit on, and they need to guide you towards that, preparing your mind subconsciously so that when it occurs, you're like, yeah, I expected that. A movie at one point told me about that, and now it's here. What is humanity if not pattern recognition? Well, humanity can also be groupthink. If like, you know what I mean? An individual is, what's the saying? Like, an individual is strong, but like a group is terrifying, right? Because like so many people have more of like a monkey lizard brain like perspective that they need to fit into the group rather than be ostracized in their beliefs. And sometimes they trick themselves into thinking that they believe it solely as like some sort of subconscious survival mechanism. I've seen so many people in my life. I have my buddy, his older brother, our whole life was an asshole. He was the older brother. He was 4 years older. He was an asshole. He was a bully, you know, and he was so effective at getting other people with lesser minds around me to convince them that like pleasing him, making him happy, and him getting his approval was important. You know what I mean? To the point where he could shape the manner in which they believed as well. But I recognized all the time that he was a dickhead. But then very, you know, in the past decade, the way that like politics had shaped, he had like leaned so heavily into like the sort of more moral high ground form of politics. But I realized very quickly that him and a lot of other psychological profiles just like himself adapted those particular types of politics to continue to sort of dive further into their sense of assholishness, their sociopathic tendencies that they, you know, otherwise wouldn't have been able to get away with treating people that way, but then they felt very moralistically good about doing so. And that to me was, you know, one of the things that made me the most sick over the past decade, is the fact that I had to watch these people who are the world's biggest jerks treat everyone terrible and be so narcissistic while calling you the bad guy. You're the naughty do-badder who doesn't like think exactly like I think. And really it's like, a friend of mine had a good term for it, but they call them tiny tyrants. They're tiny tyrants who like get off on making you feel not so good about a particular thing in whatever sort of like social nonsense is occurring or playing out in that current, you know, the current thing. And yeah, narcissists do such a good job manipulating existing systems of thought to their will. They really do. They really do. And they'll convince themselves that they are in the good as they do it. And it just like, yeah, their big egos get stroked, and it's sickening. But I think, you know, from now on, be confident in telling those people to fuck the fuck off, because like they don't deserve to be coddled. They don't even deserve to like allow the peace to be kept. Like if someone is going to be a tiny tyrant in every little thing they do and force their perspectives on you, have the conversation with them, call them out for their nonsense, because it doesn't deserve to be coddled and appreciated anymore. Even if it is just to maintain the peace, fuck their peace. Fuck their perspectives. Like let them know that you're sick of it and you're annoyed, because it's just so stupid. I'm fucking annoyed with it, man. I've like a whole fucking decade of listening to their bullshit while they felt so good about being good. Now, granted, it was, you know, the whole point of that was to like divide us, right? You know, at the end of the day, that was the whole point, to divide us into these particular camps. But I think more and more people are realizing that the camps aren't real. You know what I mean? It's just like a facade of what reality truly is. And the more we can all break free of those camps, I think honestly, the truer and better we can all like just get along and mobilize and actually be effective at like creating safe and effective and happy little communities. I almost jumped out of my skin as Lorelei spoke from behind me. I hadn't heard her approach. "I'm not sure it is horses," she said. Well, no crap. But if not that, then what? If anything, the sound seemed more human in nature. Lorelei began to laugh then, like she just made the stupidest mistake in the world. It's foxes. It's foxes, well, doing it. Having a bit of love, you know? I forgot this is how they sound. Now, I asked her if they really sounded like people screaming in agony, and she confirmed that yes. Yes, they did. And then she whispered something in my ear and led me back to the house, more relaxed than I'd seen her in weeks, which was good for me because, while we didn't make the hideous... Which was good for me because, while we didn't make those scary sounds that foxes do, we certainly had the same kind of fun as them that night. Now, the next day that we were in town buying supplies, I kind of befriended this guy named Earl, the owner of the general store, so we shot the crap while Lorelei and a couple of other women that she'd managed to pick up did the Lorelei. Am I not saying it right? Isn't that what it was? Lorelei. Oh, Lorelei, my bad. I got mixed up. Wars are fought with information, even if that means destabilizing basic information. Remember that next time you want to keep yourself isolated. Remember the next time you want to keep yourself isolated. What do you mean? I don't understand. Can you go more specific? I mentioned to Earl about the foxes and... Lorelei. Sorry, I fucked that up. Lorelei, thank you. No, dude. No, dude. No, dude. No. The next day we were in town buying supplies, and I kind of befriended this guy named Earl, the owner of the general store. And so we shot the breeze while Lorelei... Samantha, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Lorelei. What is wrong with my brain? Lorelei. So we shot the breeze while Lorelei and a couple of other women she'd managed to pick up did the grocery ship. What is this saying? She'd managed to pick up. Did the grocery shitting. The next day we were in town buying supplies, and I kind of befriended this guy named Earl, the owner of the general store, so we shot the breeze while Lorelei and a couple of other women that she managed to chat with were doing grocery shopping. I mentioned to Earl about the foxes, and hot damn, they were loud, and that I wasn't used to anything like that in the city, just the traffic and the trains and the occasional gunshot. Now, Earl gave me a kind of weird look and told me that there weren't any foxes in the area. I told him that there had to be because we'd heard them, but Earl swore blind that around 10 years ago, about a decade or so, all the local farmers got so sick of how aggressive the foxes had gotten, especially after one of them had bit a little kid and he got sick with rabies or something, and so the farmers banded together and called every fox in the area. And there hasn't been a single fox to get into the livestock or the chicken coops in that area since. I told Earl that this had to be impossible because we'd heard them. And Earl got this sort of grave look on his face and told me that the next time we heard the sound, we should bury our heads under the pillow and just sleep until the morning. Now, for a while, we took old Earl's advice until eventually Lorelei became determined to tear down the barn itself and have a fresh, insulated new metal one installed. Lorelei and I were inside having afternoon coffee when the foreman directing the demolition came knocking on our front door, and he was doing it pretty insistently. They found something, and we had to come see it. Now, I was alarmed to see a couple of police cruisers outside the barn when we got there, but not as alarmed as when I stepped inside. One of those officers put his hand on my arm and told me that this might be difficult to see. A female officer tried to hold Lorelei. Someone said hi, but I don't know how to read their name. Oh, it's a similar concept to what you said earlier about wanting to avoid cognitive dissonance of being a conspiracy theorist. It's more comfortable to avoid learning about current events. Oh, I guess that's true too. I mean, I could see like my sort of apprehension to the distrust of like authority narratives as well could be a manner in which to sort of compartmentalize reality into the form of always like making everything, you know, making everything out to be conspiratorial. Oh, Chelsea, what's up, Chelsea? Sorry, your name on here is XOAESLEHCM. So it's like kind of like YouTube changed everybody's names and stuff, and it's kind of annoying because I miss when everybody just had like nice, easy to read usernames. Bruh, skunk sprayed nearby and my AC is on now. It smells in my room. Dude, skunk smells the best smell. Just like manure. Reminds you of home. How about a romantic or comedy episode? Let's do it. I guess we did just do first dates, didn't we? It says Chelsea backwards. Oh, okay. Yeah, at least for me, that's what I see. I see everybody's like full-on usernames rather than like their... I'm not even sure what you would say. The fun names. Okay. I was alarmed to see a couple of police... Okay, here we go. I was alarmed to see a couple of police cars outside the barn when we got there, but not as alarmed when I stepped inside. One of the officers has put his... One of the officers has put his hand on my arm and told me that this might be difficult. A female officer tried to hold Lorelei... Dude, what is wrong with my brain? I can't remember any of these... Lorelei. Hey, Dennis. A female officer had tried to hold my wife back entirely, but she shoved her way past. Where they'd been excavating the groundwork for the barn, a sinkhole had opened, and it wasn't just some natural sinkhole. It turned out to be a mass grave. Skeletons, clearly hundreds of years old, I think, which selfishly led to my first thought being that this put it at... Skeletons, clearly many, many years old, which selfishly led to my first thought being that this put us in the clear of any guilt. And as soon as I saw the skeletons, I heard shrieking. Pained sound. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lorelei. Lori is lying. Our names don't matter. The government is tracking us with all these data centers. Well, I mean, for me it matters, like, because it's easier to read. Would you ever be open to one-on-one training on helping others to get their channel started? We'd love to pay you over anyone else. I mean, I don't really see any benefit to me doing like, you know, like like everybody has a class to sell. Like, if you want to find out how to lose a bunch of weight, type in code word penis bumper into, you know what I mean? You know how they do that on Instagram and stuff, and they try to sell courses, they try to sell this and that, and I get it. Like, I get why people do it, because they want to like make money when they otherwise can't monetize their short form content. But dude, I'm telling you, when it comes to a YouTube channel and making it, just find a channel that's doing really well. Try to do basically something similar, but like a little bit different at that level of quality. And you know what I mean? Like, at some point, someone is going to find your channel. You're going to get some momentum. It might take a little while. Something's going to happen. If you can just produce the best possible stuff within your niche, you know what I mean? Your very specific niche that you don't think is completely saturated or is like specific to like a trend that's occurring at that time, You don't want to be a teacher, Joel? You can make good money like Kai Cenat with his streaming university? Well, no, that's the thing, is like, it's probably all bullshit. Like, I'm not trying to be mean to Kai Cenat, but like, whatever the fuck he's doing in his like most likely triangle scheme to just like milk dollary dues off of like wanting people who want to like have the same success as him, you as a YouTuber or a content creator are never going to have identical success to anybody else. It's just something is going to happen in that algorithm, and there's only a few particular like variables that you can control, and you just have to put yourself in the best possible position that at some point, you know, it works out for you, if that makes sense. And if you have literally if you ever have any specific questions you are curious about, I will do my best to answer it within the live stream, and you don't have to pay me for it. Because I mean, we have not even 400 people watching the stream, and the chat doesn't move fast. Like, you can just ask me whatever. Study, welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Kai Cenat's face makes me very uneasy. I think, isn't he a pretty good looking guy? I feel like he's like kind of shiny. Like, his face might be too shiny. Like, it has a very, like, almost like he's really, really lubricated, if that makes sense. The only time people start selling courses is when the market is already oversaturated. That's true, you know. Those who can't teach? I don't know, and that's not true in this case, but I'm an avid lifter, and getting generally fit is so simple. Hard, but simple. To be honest, if any of you want a workout plan, diet advice, anything, I'll do it for free. There you go. I should drink water. I haven't drank like any water. I think I just drank a bug. Kai Cenat looks like the girl from Jimmy Neutron. That's actually so true. I'm remembering her face now. That's awesome. All right. What's up, Pearl Dat? Not everyone can be me. I appreciate that. Well, but that's the thing, is like, not everyone can be me, like, as far as like having a, you know, voice that does ASMR stuff, fall asleep, masturbate, whatever. But like, you know what you can be? You can be someone who gets in front of a camera and a green screen, looks half decent with a nice outfit, and talk about some random bullshit that's happening in the world that's like strange, dark, and mysterious. Or, you know, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, it could be anything. Like, I remember, and I'm not trying to put anybody down, but I remember some of those iceberg videos I've seen of people that have like 1 million views are fucking like insanely simplistic. Just you in front of a green screen with a hand drawing of like the penis monster who's like buried in the sand with like wings underneath the sand, like Star Wars. And that's entry 1. Okay, entry 1 done. Now we're gonna go further down the iceberg. And now, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's going to be something, some type of fucking trend that's going to occur, and you need to recognize when that trend happens, and you need to just commit yourself to that fucking trend to build as much of an audience as you can. And then once you've built that, you know, built upon that, try to leverage that to an even greater generalized audience. Like, you know, that one guy, what the fuck was that one guy? It's not Scary Interesting, but it was like, kind of, he basically just copied Mr. Nightmare, got some success from that, and now he does like scary video, not even essays, but he does what Bizarre Bub does, you know what I mean? Yeah, and then once you find success, you pay for an editor, and the editor will, you know, from India, you pay him fucking 5 shekels, and he will edit. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But you know what I mean? You can pay an editor, a nice one off of Twitter. You can pay a nice communist off of Twitter who is busy making $3 a day drawing furry porn to edit your videos, and you're swimming in a big pile of fucking golden coins like Scrooge McDunk. Scrooge McSiduck. That actually would be kind of a cool little drawing. Can somebody draw that? Scrooge McSiduck. Do you think my wood carving idea while telling stories would be a good channel? I do. I don't exactly know what the title should be in like a weird way. Fuck, I wish I remember his name, but there was a guy. He does, okay, listen to me and listen good. He does children, he like turns children's books into children's book versus horror artist. Jordan, this guy does really well. His name is, he used to do creepypastas. He might still. I'm gonna link his channel. He's a good, really talented channel. Good guy. Name is Jordan Persagati. And basically Jordan Persagati did creepypastas for a long time, right? Narrations, all that kind of stuff. And then he okay, so you can see the big difference here in like views. Not like crazy, but like Abandoned by Disney, creepypasta story and drawing. So Jordan will do that, and he's drawing a character from Abandoned by Disney, which is cool, but that's 65,000 views, which is good. If you can consistently get 65,000 views on a video, you're living pretty. But if you can, let's go to his most. We're doing a channel audit. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Horror artist versus $2 Disney Frozen coloring book. 6.1 million views 4 years ago, right? With a cool thumbnail. He's got nice fingernails, blah, blah, blah. And literally it's just like, so I'm imagining your wood carving bullshit. You know what I mean? I don't say bullshit. I just mean like your stuff, your content. But I'm just imagining like, go to Jordan's channel, see that art, and just like you could do like horror of famous characters. You could do horror of, you know, Disney princesses. You know, I don't even know. I'm not sure what Disney might sue you over or anything like that. But I could see it. Like all you need to do is figure out how to title it the right title that maximizes your SEO, your search engine optimization words, to fucking just knock it out of the park with like virality. You know what I'm saying? You got nice fingernails too? Let's go. That's a start. That is a start for everything. Don't be digging in your butt. Hey Phil, thank you for the 20. Says fine. If you don't want to take our money for training courses, I'll pay you this way. Thank you for giving us such an amazing community here. No worries. Thank you, Phil. Thank you guys for being a good community, being nice people. I'm donning my guru hat. But that's the thing. I started the Saturn Soul like secondary channel. It's hard, man. Like it's easier because I can leverage the success of like my YouTube over to that, but to like really get that to turn into be like this like self-sustaining ecosystem over there, like a channel that's completely separate from this one, it's hard, you know. So starting any channel is going to be difficult, but if you have a very clear vision within your niche, within your vertical, you can make it happen. You just got to stick with it. I've actually made the YouTube channel. I just haven't made any videos, but I've always wanted to be a voice actor on my YouTube channel, and electric chlor, and my plan was to read stories of all different kinds. Yeah, there's something for everyone. Joel, thanks, bro. I said this for quite a while about wood carving. I've amassed a lot of tools and basswood slabs, but I've been putting excuses. I even bought a gorilla tripod. You bought a gorilla? I just created Scrooge Duck in ChatGPT. I didn't do it because it said it was copyrighted. I said it was for educational purpose, and it created an AI bend so fast. That is kind of funny. Jordan, question: how would you tell someone who's streaming to check their phone? I don't know. Start digging in your butt, twin. Start digging in your butt, twin. You want to be a hand actor. He wants to be a hand model. Okay, here we go. Rest of the story. We're moving. I get yapping. You know how it goes. As soon as I saw the skeletons, I heard the shrieking, pained sound. Fuck, I hit my goddamn fucking mic. As soon as I saw the skeletons, I heard the shrieking, pained sound burst forth from the ground. The sound that we'd somehow convinced ourselves were foxes from the look on I forgot how to say. Do I read on that broccoli channel? What's the broccoli channel? Lorelei, sorry. From the look on Lorelei's face, she could hear it too, but none of the cops could. To cut a long story short, the bodies belonged to 70 slaves who had been owned by the ranch owner before the Civil War. Rather than give his slaves up, he'd buried them alive in that barn, forcing them into the pit to their deaths. The coroner could tell this because she was able to tell that the corpses had been drowned in literal mud and dirt. The slaves were almost impossible to identify, and those who could be identified had no living family, but they were at least given a proper burial on a patch of government land. Only myself, Lorelei, Earl, and a couple of the cops attended that funeral, and you might think it's macabre in the way that we stayed on the farm, built a new barn over the old one, and continued with our plan of converting it into a riding school for kids and teenagers. Whatever had gone on at this farm was cursed beyond belief, obviously. Evil, some might say. So we could have just abandoned it, or we could have turned it into something positive where joy and happiness and education could be found. We never heard the sound in that night again, and I'm not surprised. Maybe it really was foxes who'd returned to the area drawn by the scent of those bodies. Maybe it was something else. But regardless, I think those slaves would have liked the idea of their final resting place being turned into a place of tuition, learning, and safety, teaching children to become one with nature. Maybe, I don't know. Fuck it, I'm throwing all my internet away and running to Japan. I'm tired of it all. Is that where you went last time? Houston? Houston, we have a problem. I can't believe you only went for a week, though. I feel like it definitely does kind of seem like a place that you should probably live. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's just for like a little while. Like a year. Oh, Justin, I don't know what your job is. Technically, I guess you're like a male escort and whatnot. But I mean, you should, on the side when you live in Japan, you should just like teach English. You know what I mean? You could probably go over there and know like next to no Japanese and just teach English. Joel, you would love Japan if you went. Dude, I think so too. What is wrong with me? Like, why don't I go? Like, why don't I do things? Why am I so addicted to the grind of nothing? Towards the end of my second shift, this is starting to be a sleepy pasta. Sleepy posto. Has anyone done LASIK? How did you like it? I remember 5 years, maybe more than 5 years ago. Maybe it was like 2015. I don't know. I drove my buddy to get LASIK eye surgery, and it went really quick. It was like it was a really short surgery, and his eyes have been like perfect ever since. So, Joel, if I would carve the liking of something from Disney or anything from Tisha, could I have some copywriting strikes? I don't think so. I mean, you might want to look into it with Ask AI or some shit, but I mean, the fact that Jordan Persegati is like just desecrating, a little coloring book. Nah, I don't know. It's hard to say, man. English teachers in Japan are bottom rung of the ladder. Literally, you aren't viewed very well and are considered a foreign brokey. Well, I don't know. I really don't think if you're like a non-native Japanese person, like I don't think you're going to ever be fully accepted into Japanese society. Like it's just how it goes over there, right? Where it's like here you get pounded every day for, literally anything you say is racist. Over there it's like the concept that we know as like racism is just normal over there. It's like they want to do everything in their power to maintain the exact same, demographic of Japanese person forever. So any sort of external invasion of that is sort of like a potential, dilution of their population to them. So like them disliking you, it's just kind of a given. But they'll be really nice to your face, I think, for a little bit. And you'll get to kiss a Japanese girl. Been to Japan, amazing place. See, there you go. That's all I needed to hear. PewDiePie and Kevin Leshin moved to Japan as foreigners. Yeah, I'm sure they're doing fine. Like, I'm sure no one's mean to you, but whatever you're viewed, at least they're not, like, beating the shit out of you or anything like that. At least they're not digging around in your skull looking for gold. I'm about to go on a Super Bowl run on Madden while I listen to your stream. Hell yeah, let's do it. My YouTube algorithm is Tim Dillon show norm highlights and conspiracy videos. Think I may have logged into your account. That might be the case. That sounds like me. I haven't seen anything norm in like a while, sadly. Japan doesn't allow illegal immigrants. Yeah, their immigration policy is like not in any way as lax as Western nations. If you're a lawyer or businessman, you can still be good respect or even a consort, but an English teacher is like ooh for most. How do you know? Were you over there? Are you Japanese? Just curious. I'm not trying to be rude. Do I like baby metal? Great Japanese baby metal band. I've not heard of them, no. That sounds fun. Baby diaper metal. My name's Austin, and I ironically was born in Austin, Texas. Don't live there anymore, though, so I'm not doxing myself. Now, I'm going to start with a confession. I barely listen to your channel. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. This Let's Read just isn't the type of channel I normally subscribe to. I like the comedy channels and podcasts like Almost Friday TV and The Whitest Kids You Know, Matt and Shane, Churdleys, and I can go on, but I won't. Now, the brief bits that I've heard of your channel from my girlfriend, who is a mega fan, I gotta say, you got a killer voice. You absolutely nailed that part, but here's the actual confession. I am the biggest baby you'll ever meet. I listened to like half of one of your stories recently before sending this in, and I literally had a nightmare that night. I just cannot do horror. I'm sorry, and if it's any consolation, my girlfriend is a paid subscriber to your YouTube channel and your Patreon. She's hyped to level up to the $10 tier when she started her new job, so she can listen to that podcast you're doing with the British guy and I think some Canadian dude. Now, I won't be tuning in. Alright, we're just gonna delete that part. That's fucking... It kind of seems like a shameless plug. First thing, cannot do her, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll just keep it there. Jesus Christ. Japan is already increasing their visa insurance fees by 400% for most countries. The US will start in 28, I think. Like making it harder for people to go. Maybe they started as an English teacher but tried to get a different job. I know a lot of people that went to Japan and Korea started as teachers because it was easy to go as a teacher. Well, exactly. That's kind of what my inclination was. Not even accepted if born in Japan, speak fluent Japanese, but have one non-Japanese parent. Right. I mean, well, I don't know. It depends. I'm sure everybody has different stories, but I'm sure some people probably, I mean, who knows, maybe it changes over time. Have you seen Norm's appearances on the Tom Green Show? Those are good and kind of unknown. Tom Green Show? No, it's been so long. I remember Tom Green coming on his show, and I don't know if he was playing into the character or something like that, but it's so weird. It's like whenever some of these celebrities come, who are like his friends, come on his show, and then they act like they're like surprised at like the stuff that he says, it always just seems weird to me. Like, how the fuck did you not know he was going to be trolling your ass, big dog? They're saying their economy has been in the slump in the past 5 years, so they're going to charge tourists more. It's fine. Whatever. Who cares? Do I have a partner? No. Just Perdeepy. Perdeepy the goat. I just cannot do horror. I'm sorry, and if it's any consolation, my girlfriend is a paid subscriber to your YouTube channel. Now, I won't be tuning in, though, because I can't watch... Oh, my God. What the fuck does this say? The story begins... Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry, and if it's any consolation, my girlfriend is a paid subscriber to your YouTube channel. Now anyways, this whole story begins with a cat. and it's kind of a grim beginning, so if you're in any way sensitive to animal death, maybe skip forward like 30 seconds. So me and my long-term girlfriend were living in New York City. We had the most beautiful Maine Coon cat called Mercury because of a silver like, because of a silver like from her nose. Silver line, maybe silver line. So you watch Matt and Shane's Secret Podcasts at all? Or are you a dog? Oh, I'm a hard dog. Big dog. Well, I watch clips. Like, I'm not, like, I don't watch every episode, but I do really like, I got to meet Shane, at a, like, I went, like, a couple years ago, I went to, it was like right after COVID, I think. Right after COVID, I went to Hershey, Pennsylvania, and I saw Shane was performing, Tim Dillon was doing stand-up, and Nick Mullins was doing stand-up. And then the other, like the fat Jewish guy, I forget his name, but they were all good. Everybody was amazing. Fucking killed it. And then afterwards, there was like some bar that we went to, and Nick Mullins was there, and he was like blackout drunk, which was really funny. I think I told this story before. I got to meet him, and he was very nice. He was just like, what? And then Shane had just gotten there after we were pretty drunk already, right? And then I got to like shake his hand, and he was really nice, just a very nice boy. And Hershey, PA is the real deal. The Parasocial Normie podcast. Yeah, literally. Is that normie? Is it normie to watch Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast? I mean, maybe it's a little normie. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to watch? Hassan Piker bitch about, pretend like, never mind, we won't go into it. I'm making a magic potion and listen to this. Let's fucking go, dude. Let me get a sip. Saying something funny to cheer me up, thanks. I did, dude. I said that you should go become a Godzilla wrangler in Japan. Who would want to fight? Bear, tiger, rhino? I mean, I don't think anything could beat a rhino. I really don't think anything's strong enough to defeat a rhino's explosion shit. Lame? What's lame? How did the cat die? I think they put a firecracker in its butt and exploded it. I miss when comedy was more than YouTubers being YouTuber comedians. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, comedy as a whole has like gone down by quite a bit, because it's like, because a lot of the comedians are really good, like funny podcasters, but they're not like the absolute funniest stand-up comedians, you know what I mean? Which is fine, I mean, it's just so much easier to like market your podcast and then get people to go to your shows and stuff. I got a blood test, everything's okay. I'm going to stop using the Cystanin 250. Yeah, and I would suggest maybe getting a blood test again like in 3 to 5 months after you stop using that stuff, because just in the off chance it starts to drop, that you might literally have to talk to your doctor about getting on low dose testosterone just to maintain, on the off chance that exogenous hormone testosterone affected you in any sort of negative way, you know what I mean? So just talk to your doctor about that. What's your favorite city in Pennsylvania? Favorite city you've been to? Pittsburgh's pretty okay. I just like the way that Pittsburgh kind of like has the water there. Philly's kind of gross, but it is what it is. I kind of like Philly in a weird way, because it's like everyone is dressed like a bum. But you know what I mean? You go to New York, when I was in New York, maybe it was because it was Manhattan, but I swear to God, everyone was like dressed to the nines. It was like they were all ready for the ball, and they're all like, look like a model and all this kind of stuff. And it makes you feel, minus all like the fentanyl, homeless people and stuff, but it just makes you feel kind of like underdressed, But you go to Philly, it's like everyone's a homeless guy, and it's awesome. Tigers are pretty primo. If you avoid the rhino, they could tire it out, but they'd be quick too. But a polar bear or grizzly would have a better stamina than a rhino. Oh yeah, I don't know. I think maybe a polar bear could actually kill a rhino by just like getting on top of it and ripping its shit off. When you get GTA 6, which edition you getting? I don't even know, dude. I'm gonna wait until we find out if the story sucks or not. If the story's good and it's not bullshit, I'll get it. And I know it's one of those games where it's like you kind of begrudgingly have to get it no matter what because it's such a cultural icon and it's so timeless, but we shall see. New York is full of peacocks, full of penis cocks. Alright. My girlfriend and I, My long-term girlfriend and I were living in New York City. We had the most beautiful Maine Coon, a cat named Mercury, because of a silver line from her nose to her tail. She was an indoor cat, obviously, because we lived on the ground floor of an apartment complex that opened up onto a very busy road. Now, to keep a long story short, one of the brats, kids, from the apartment above... God damn it. Enclophenamine and Clomid could help when coming off cycle, of course, Dr. Right. My long-term girlfriend and I were living in New York City. We had the most beautiful Maine Coon named Mercury because of a silver line from her nose to her tail. She was an indoor cat, obviously, because we lived on the ground floor of an apartment complex that opened up onto a very busy road. Now, to keep a long story short, one of the brats, kids, from the apartment above left the front door open in the middle of winter. I went to go out for groceries, and all it took was 2 minutes with the front door opening, turning back into the apartment to call something out to my girlfriend. And I didn't expect the apartment complex front door, which is meant to be closed at all times, to be open. Now cue Mercury seeing the snow outside for the first time, darting outside, and then a squeal of brakes, the sound of a crash, and someone crying, "No, no, no." Now I won't go into any further gory details, but Mercury had escaped, and for the first time ever, and had been the victim of an accidental vehicular death. The young woman, I remember her name was Emily, who hit him, was just as traumatized as we were, I think. Now it's been 5 years and a cross-country move, and we still get a Christmas card from her every year, including a heartfelt apology. We still stay in touch, and one of the upsides of this whole thing is that after college, she'd been coasting along on a trust fund. And the whole incident with Mercury inspired her to invest a large portion of her money into creating a no-kill shelter to help find foster homes for cats and other animals, so I just wanted to share that because it was pretty beautiful. Now we swore that we'd never get another cat after Mercury, but 6 months went by and the house just felt completely empty and wrong. And so we adopted a 3-year-old cat from Emily's shelter named Jeff. Now cue constant crushing paranoia that one day Jeff would escape, even though he showed no signs of being interested. It began to genuinely affect our lives, this sort of constant worrying about him. And so we decided to just up sticks and create an entirely new fresh start across the country in the rural Midwest. Now my girlfriend, her name is Janelle, knew that a girl... We knew a girl. You're considering moving to Pennsylvania, should I? Oh, really? Where are you going to move to? Pennsylvania is... at the end of the day, Pennsylvania is just Pennsylvania. That's all I can really describe it as. It's just a fucking place, you know what I mean? There's no exciting monuments like Anne Frank's house or the Holocaust Museum or really anything cool, you know what I mean? It's just Pennsylvania. The whole place is just kind of whatever you make of it. Being from PA, do you like Philly cheesesteaks? I think on Philly cheesesteaks are delicious, right? But I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of people who make cheesesteaks in Pennsylvania. And there's a lot of people who fuck that shit up by making the meat as dry as possible and the bread as dry as fucking possible. And so it really just comes down to, like, can the entirety of the shit that you're about to force down my throat feel and taste good? And I hope so. I fucking hope so. Pennsylvania is not just a place. Pennsylvania is a mentality, y'all. Pennsyltucky is a fucking vibe. A vibe where the sky is mainly gray. The infrastructure is a sort of mixture of concrete and brick, and everyone is either on heroin or, you know, 2 bad paychecks away from killing themselves. Now, is that a big deal? No, because we wouldn't have it any other way. That being said, you kind of just, you know, it's just like anywhere, really. It is what you make it. Like, there's nothing in Pennsylvania that's going to be extraordinarily inspiring, but if you yourself are one of those people who can derive a lot of energy internally and manifest that energy into a creative project of sorts, whether that you start your own business or do something like that, and then use the money that you have generated from the infinite void that is Pennsylvania to get away from Pennsylvania from time and time again, I would say that that's probably the best case scenario. What even is Indiana, PA? I think basically they take the state of Indiana and all of its even more boringness, and then they just shove it into Pennsylvania somewhere in a sort of weird jigsaw-like manner. Almost like one of those like Russian dolls. There's some really big carp in Pennsylvania. Exactly. Like, if you like to hunt, if you like to fish, it's just like any other fucking place, right? I mean, apparently there's some like what's his name? The greatest president of all time, Jimmy Carter. Apparently he would come to Pennsylvania to do trout fishing, I think. I don't fucking know. Who gives a shit? I beg to differ. Sheetz is a goddamn national treasure and inspires thousands. That's a great point. That's a great fucking point. That's a great fucking point. Pennsylvania is the origin of Sheetz, and there's nothing greater than a high-end fucking gas station with deep-fried French fries that you can get there drunk. If you like to get drunk, Pennsylvania is your place. If you want a place where you can die peacefully as an alcoholic, Pennsylvania is calling your fucking name. Oh, that's Georgia anyways? Okay, perfect. Pennsylvania, my mom would call it. She lived there for a time in the backwoods area, and it gets backwoods there. It really does. Really does. What do you have against Russian dolls? We encapsulate each other. Misty, you're Canadian. Okay. My girlfriend Janelle knew a girl who was messing with a guy who knew a... What the fuck? Can't read anything anymore. I'm broken. I'm broken inside. My girlfriend, named Janelle, knew a girl who was messing with a guy who knew a real estate company which had a property they wanted to get rid of on a large patch of land. And the asking price was crazy to the point that I almost felt bad trying to haggle it down. But Janelle would have had yet another reason to call me some baby if I hadn't tried, and it worked. We got this 4-story ranch-style house for a price so cheap. Is there any 4-story ranch style? There wouldn't be anything such as a 4-story ranch, would there? No, a 4-story ranch house does not exist by architectural definition. A ranch house is exclusively a single-story, one-level house. While ranch can feature a finished walkout basement or a high ranch design which incorporates a raised ground floor. Oh. What the hell would it be called? I think maybe they just... A high ranch? Country estate? A multi-story farmhouse? And I'll just switch to multi-story farmhouse. So we decided to create a new fresh start across the country, rural Midwest. My girlfriend, oh yeah. So an off chance he does. Okay, where the fuck am I in this story? Holy shit. The good news is it kind of worked. And the good news was the place, the real asking price would point. It worked. We got this 4-star. Okay. Maybe I just read that wrong. This multi-story farmhouse. Okay, yeah, here we go. And it worked. We got this multi-story farmhouse for a price so cheap that it'd make your eyes water. And the good news was, the place was so large that keeping Jeff inside just wasn't really a worry. And while we had almost 8 acres of land, there was a fenced-off sort of area around the whole property that lazy old Jeff really wouldn't try and... That is kind of like a fucking mansion, holy shit. Okay. And the good news was, the place was so large that keeping Jeff inside just wasn't really a worry. And while we had like 8 acres of land, there was a fenced-off yard area around the whole property that lazy old Jeff really wouldn't try and scale. So on the off chance that he did escape, I was pretty confident that the worst that would happen is he'd roll around in the grass a bit. Maybe the compost heap if I'm really unlucky. So partly, the move was possibly because Emily landed a actually good job at a finance firm doing things that I couldn't even begin to explain to you. So, I don't really want to blow my own trumpet, but I design unconventional buildings, and when someone's in need of one of those, I'm the go-to guy. The good news is that this kind of work pays really well, and the other good news is that I don't have projects on very often. Emily was all over the place though, and mostly she was able to work from home, but other times she'd be needed on work trips and sometimes at the last minute. And that was the case here. She would legitimately be flying all the way to Japan for just around 2 weeks to meet with clients who were important enough that even the normally unflappable Emily was dressed as hell coming up to the trip. What the fuck is this person saying? What the fuck? Minecraft legendary low-income build. That's like the name of a YouTube video that I feel like would do really well for some reason. Minecraft legendary low-income build. Unflappable. I don't know what the fuck that means, dude. Oh, that tastes good. Do your Wednesday or Sunday streams typically have more viewers? I don't know. They're usually about the same now, but ever since I made that like slight announcement about when the, live would go, because right now we would always be sitting at like 100 more, because it's 1 a.m., right? You know what I mean? We'd be sitting at like 467, but now we're at 367 just because I literally went live at like 7 p.m. and told people about it on my, because I literally cannot figure out like why all of that changed, you know what I mean? Once I turned into a jackwad, yeah. It's whatever. Anyways. That was the case here. Fuck. I sprayed my throat just to squeak. That was the case here. She'd been flying to Japan. She'd be flying. What's my drink tonight? No, I'm just drinking water. Joe has to beg and grovel for viewers because he's fallen off. Yeah, dude, it's just crazy. Fallen off in like a week, one time, and then the YouTube, notification systems just like punishes you even harder. That was the best case here. She'd be flying to Japan for just around 2 weeks to meet with clients who were important enough that even the normally unmovable Emily was dressed as all hell coming up to the trip. Now kisses and tearful goodbyes came and went, and finally it was just me and Jeff in the house that we moved into just 2 weeks before. We hadn't even finished unpacking a bunch of our stuff because a rescue cat, Jeff, was... Why does he have to, like... What the fuck is this saying? We hadn't even finished unpacking a bunch of stuff. Oh, I'm dumb. Sorry. I think I'm just getting annoyed with reading words. I'm just, like, fucking ready to check out. Unmovable. Unflappable. Okay. We hadn't even finished unpacking a bunch of our stuff, and being a rescue, Jeff was stressed about the move. I'd often find him hiding under the bed or the sofa or sneaking around with his belly to the ground in case unknown... God, my name is Jeff. We hadn't even finished unpacking a bunch of our stuff, and being a rescue cat, Jeff was stressed about the move. I'd often find him hiding under the bed or the sofa or sneaking around with his belly to the ground in case some unknown predators lurked in this barely furnished house. Apparently the previous owners had taken the large majority of the things with him. The realtors joke that we were lucky that they even left the light bulbs in the carpets. Thankfully, we had a bunch of relatively new furniture, like a bed, a 3-piece suit set, weird stuff like that. And the previous owners had left an almost brand new kitchen that they just had installed, so that was nice. They'd also left a painting over the wall where the couch was clearly supposed to go. It was kind of a strange painting, and I couldn't decide whether I wanted to replace it or leave it as a sort of talking point. It was an exquisitely painted picture of a church in the rain, and lightning was striking the steeple, or I guess the weather vane at the top of the steeple. Now a priest stood in the doorway under a sort of alcove, forever poised in the act of Let me act you something. A 3-piece... Oh, did I say suite? My bad. What the fuck am I doing? A 3-piece suite... Well, why the... Left a bunch of relatively new furniture. Oh. Sorry. Oh, okay. What's up, Wes Agony? How we doing? Oh. The cat isn't dressed like Hassan. The cat is getting ready to get struck by lightning. A priest stood in the doorway under an alcove, forever poised in the act of opening his umbrella. The painting was so detailed that you can even see the frown on his face, and at first I'd sworn blind that it was a photograph, but Emily told me that I need to get my eyes tested. Something about it creeped me out, though, and I'm not really sure what. 2 days into Emily's trip. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. My name is JF. Me raving off 7 chunks of X in a house with unknown predators and a picture of church with lightning striking the steeple. Yeah. 7 chunks of X. I grabbed my Irish wristwatch. Whatever. I wish I could scream, and it felt good. You ever, like, scream and it, like, doesn't feel good? It kind of hurts. I wish you could scream and it was just, like... It lets out all the bad juju. Two days into Emily's trip, and Jeff went missing. Now, this wasn't actually alarming, as he'd gone missing almost every day since we'd moved in, and we'd always found him under a couch or in some cubby hole or on the rare occasion. Dude, what is wrong? Why is my... Oh my god, my brain just can't fucking read anymore. I think I get capped out at a certain amount of words, and then it just I'm just out of reading juice. It's fucking bedtime. I found out the Pokemon bouncy balls with the Pokemon in them are selling for a lot of money. Which ones are those? He'd gone missing almost every day since we'd moved in, and we'd always found him under a couch or in some cubby hole, or on the rare occasion we failed to locate him, he'd slink into the kitchen to eat from his bowl when he got hungry. Now this felt different though. Emily was away. It was supposed to be me and Jeff, buddies in crime, the cat and I, living it up, and I'd somehow convinced myself that Jeff would happily stick to my side the whole time Emily was gone because I wanted the company. Now, I had work that I was supposed to be doing, so of course I dedicated every waking minute to searching for my freaking cat. He wasn't in any of the usual places. He wasn't in any of the unusual places either. I knew he couldn't have gone outside because the only time that I'd ever been outside was to see Emily off, and Jeff had been around after that. Eventually I realized that I'd spend all day searching for Jeff, and then the sun had set. I was in the upstairs bedroom at this point, missing Emily in the kind of way a man misses his girlfriend, but I knew I was just sort of distracting myself from Jeff. And that's when I heard the footsteps coming from upstairs. Not loud, clumpy, holy crap, there's a home invader footsteps. These were, to use a cliche, the pitter-patter of tiny feet. Whatever Jeff was doing up there, though, he was in no hurry. It sounded like he was just sort of strolling around, taking in the sights. And the hatch to the attic was in the hallway just outside the bedroom, and being the organized, wonderful girlfriend that Emily was, she'd made sure to store the hook pole thing to the closet in the bedroom. And I also remembered that it was one of those fold-out hatches where the ladder would slowly unfold and descend down when I unhooked the trap door. Now, messing around with the unstable metal step ladders and breaking my neck while home alone was not in the cards for me, and so I got the pole, dragged the hatch down, and was met with a buttery smooth extendable ladder that moved at exactly the speed to meet every safety requirement imaginable. Now, speaking of safety though, that's when I remembered something that the realtors had told Emily while I was barely listening. They suggested that we don't go up into the attic at night because the lightning wasn't the lighting. Wow, content. This is it, baby. This is it. Joel suffers from temporary goo brain. I do. It starts leaking out of my nostrils and ear holes. I gave too many ear jobs in my time. Being mean to me will make your skin supple, your breath fresh, or your eyes uncrusted. It's true. Oh, I have Justin, I was going to ask you a question. I have it's like a cleanser / exfoliant that I use in the shower. Should you use the cleanser / exfoliant every time you shower? Is it gentle enough for daily use? Or should you only use the exfoliant cleanser once a week and then just use normal cleanser the other days that you if you ever do shower, that is? They suggested that we don't go up into the attic at night because the lighting wasn't wired up and the floor wasn't very stable. Well, the first one wasn't true. After the hatch opened and the ladder descended, a light in the attic had switched on automatically, fully illuminating was... Are you talking about a body one or face one? Face one. Hey, CMA, take care. I wouldn't exfoliate every time, once or twice a week. What if it's like... No, law, once a week. But what if it says, like, good for daily use on it? Hands me a tissue. For what? I'm an oily girl, I say every day. I recommend you only use it once or twice a week. Oh. Don't exfoliate too often. Well, I don't know, it seems like... What if I... Here, let me find it. I'm going to tell you guys the one I have because I think... Let's see. God fucking damn it. Cleanser. Okay. Oh, where is it? Exfoliant. Where are you? Where? Maybe I bought it at the store. Exfoliant cleanser. Images. I don't even know. I don't even know what to ask. Just douse yourself in bleach and degreaser. That's a good point. The old lady and I are going to fall asleep now listening to your voice. Amazingness. Thank you. Good to see you. Is it gritty or does it have actives in it? It's a little bit gritty, but I mean, like, it... I swear it says, like... daily use. I think it's... extra gentle facials. No, I don't fucking... I'm not gonna go up and check. Whatever. Don't trust bottles. Some companies lie and say it's good for daily use, but it actually causes more acne. Really? What the fuck? Damn. Fuck. I guess I gotta, like... Okay, so just use it once a week. Okay. Damn. It's actually crazy. Can't believe they lied to little old me. Little old unknowledgeable face guy. This is a good time to point out it might have microplastics in it. Microplastics are good for you. Eventually you'll shit out an entire credit card and then you're rich. Speaking of safety though, that's when I remembered something. Oh yeah. Speaking of safety though, that's when I remembered something that the realtors had told Emily while I was barely listening. They suggested that we don't go upstairs into the attic at night because the lighting wasn't completely wired up and the floor wasn't very stable. Well, the first one wasn't true. After the hatch opened and the ladder descended, a light in the attic had switched on automatically, fully illuminating what was above me. As for the floor, I couldn't really comment, but I figured that I knew how to be safe and that Jeff's security was a much larger priority for me at this point, since he's probably up here running around. Now I headed up to the attic and took a cursory look around. There was a long, thin piece of wood resting against one wall, so I took that and started tapping on the floor with it, as if that might give me some indication if the floor was safe or not. Now, despite my job being in design, not really construction, so if a building's about to fall down around my ears, that's the builder's fault, not mine. And from tapping the floor with increasing effort, though, it certainly felt stable. I was a little confused. The attic was basically empty. It looked like they'd been planning to renovate at some point, and there were planks of wood, a handful of building tools and equipment, and a partition had been half-heartedly started on one wall. There was some home equipment, gym stuff up here. Oh. Well, yeah, I only... Do you get crusts on your elbows in the morning? Crusts. Crusts? What the fuck are you talking about? Crusts. Crusts on your elbows? Fuck. What do you get, like are you a whale? Like barnacles or some shit? What's the best skincare regimen? If I suck on my car's gasping, will I die? There's a lot of questions. What is the best skincare shit? Like, what what do we get? Justin's the in-house beautician, and Mystery is his little assistant. She's 3'8", but she has like little rollerblades. The only crust I eat is stuffed crust. Freshly baked, crispy skin every morning, waking up in the desert. I'm confused though. What is the deal with crust on your elbows? Like, what are you talking about? You have to walk on the planks in the attic. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's like a half-finished one or something they're saying. I don't even know. I feel like crust on your elbows kind of reminds me of, what the hell's that one? I remember in nursing school, people might have, it was basically chicken pox, but it reactivated later in life. What the fuck's that called? Why is it not coming to me? Elbow crust. Shingles. Jesus Christ. Yeah, shingles. I remember if you got chickenpox when you were a kid, the virus is called herpes zoster, right? It's the chickenpox virus. And it lives dormantly in your fucking like spine or some shit. And then if your immune system is like kind of fucked, like old people's immune systems always get, they can develop crusties that manifest in like the back and elbows. And yeah. Drops Jesus over that. Was I holding a Jesus at that point? Your father has shingles. It was not pleasant. Yeah, I mean, if you're waking up in the morning with crusts on your elbows, you might have shingles. Like, what? Right or no? I don't know. I just don't understand what you're saying. A friend got shingles at 32. I mean, it's possible because like some people like get like the absolute fucking worst sleep of all time. Their immune system is just compromised from that lack of sleep and just like shitty stuff that, you know, like viruses that exist dormant in your system are just like waiting. They're just waiting. Katie, you typed in weenus, meanus, but then the translator translated it to in the vein, in the mind. I don't know why it for some reason turned a silly comment into like a Chinese proverb. In the vein, in the mind. Chickenpox is a form of herpes simplex virus. I don't think it is. I think it's... Okay, wait. Is chickenpox from herpes simplex? No, chickenpox is not caused by herpes simplex virus, HSV. It's caused by the, varicella zoster virus, VZV. While they are different viruses, they both belong to the same broader family of viruses called herpes viridae, herpes viruses, because they're in the same viral family. They share similar behaviors, which often leads to confusion. Your roof has shingles. You're going to have to take your whole house to the doctor. Oh, that'd be like a good, actually, like one of those like sort of pun jokes. Like, why did my house go to the doctor's? Why is that? And it's like, because it had shingles. Boom. Write that down. All right. I was a little confused. I was a little confused. The attic was basically empty. It looked like they'd been planning to renovate at some point, as there were planks of wood, a handful of building tools and equipment, and a partition had been sort of half-heartedly started on one wall. There was even some home gym equipment around there, a weight bench, an exercise bike, a treadmill, and a couple of other things just piled in there. They looked barely used and actually decently valuable, so I was surprised the previous owners had just left them behind. Now, I searched around looking for Jeff, but I couldn't find any sign of that freaking cat. And then, I heard footsteps again. They were coming from above me, and I frowned. Was there a little cubby hole or a gap in the roof where Jeff, or worse, some kind of wildlife could have gotten? I took in the slope of the roof using my brain, and there was definitely enough space up there, basically an entire other room. It would have been... Weenus is this elbow skin. Oh, that's right, that's right. Your weenus is being circumcised. Do you actually believe the CIA is gathering data to determine if individuals have alien DNA? I don't fucking know. I just make up stuff, and maybe it's been delivered to me in a fucking dream. Who knows? Maybe I am just a vessel for higher life forms. I can't believe how hard I threw this off on my own self. You threw off your weenus penis. A tuber I watched had hernia surgery and developed shingles. Dang. Well, yeah, it might have just been in, like, you know what I mean, your body's in like a high amount of stress, and they probably had fucking chicken pox when they were little, and then the herpes or whatever, the varicella zoster virus just was laying dormant in their body somewhere, and then here it comes. And then basically it's like these sort of pustules along the back and skin and on the elbows, and basically they have to exist in a state of, what's it called? Like isolation if they're ever in a hospital, until the crusties on the pustules crust over, because they're like apparently highly contagious to like pregnant women, and pregnant women can, you know, get pretty sick if they're exposed to somebody with shingles, or at least active shingles. It wouldn't have been a crawl space at all, and now that I thought about it, wasn't there... Wait, where the fuck... What kind of wildlife guy I took this... Okay. I took in the slope of the roof using my brain, and there was definitely enough space up there, basically an entire other room, and it wouldn't have been a crawl space at all, and now that I thought about it, wasn't there like a circular window at the very top of the house, visible from the outside? And the listing had described it as a 4-story house. I just assumed that there was a basement somewhere that I hadn't found yet, and I hadn't exactly been really searching around or looking for basements, being the person who gets scared even by some kids' movies. But what if I'd been wrong? What if the 4th story was actually above what I perceived to be the attic, and an inexplicable second attic? Now, I looked around, and sure enough, there was another loft hatch. Now, only this one caused me to shiver, though. There was a lock on it, a key lock, which, okay, fair enough. But then there had been one of those chain locks, too. You know, the types that you have on some apartment doors or whatever, so you can open the door without giving the visitor the ability to push the door open? Why the hell would there be one of those on an attic hatch on the outside, and why would it be... Oh. Notice me, Reed Pie. What's up? You look. Everyone's name is hard to read. 4 stories and a crawl space. I guess the crawl space is the 4 stories? I don't fucking know. Oh, kitty? Is that you? Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Oops. Where'd you go? I need like a cat tree right next to me on the computer so he can just like chill at like shoulder height. That'd be kind of sick. The fucking sickest cat tree you can imagine. 4 stories tall. A ranch. A cat ranch. Why the hell would there be one of those on an attic hatch? Or even weirder, why would it be on the outside of the attic hatch? I still had the pole from the previous hatch, so I attached the hook to the loop on the second hatch just in case, but obviously it was locked. I could tell it was locked with the key as well as the chain because I wasn't able to budge it even an inch. Now every part of me wanted to leave, to go downstairs and pretend that I'd never seen this second attic, and spend the rest of my staycation playing PlayStation with the boys and browsing things on the internet that I probably wouldn't browse if Emily were here. But then I heard the footsteps again, and Jeff tugged on my heartstrings. All I could think about was our previous cat, Mercury, and the same thing happening to Jeff, or worse. Well, not the same thing exactly, but imagine if I left him trapped up there the next 5 days without food or water until Emily got home, only to have to tell my girlfriend that I'd possibly killed our cat because I was too much of a baby to explore a probably well-lit, innocuous attic. No, I was determined. I headed back downstairs to the kitchen to find the huge keyring that the realtors had given us, with anonymous keys that may or may not belong to anything still in the house. One of these keys had to unlock the second hatch, right? Well, when I got upstairs, I realized that I had a second problem. I had no way of reaching the lock without some kind of ladder, and thankfully, I was able to construct a sort of makeshift platform out of the workout equipment, and once again, I felt like a little bit of a genius. I unlocked the key-based lock first, and for a moment as the hatch swung down, I had a momentary panic that the chain lock wouldn't hold and that I'd be knocked out and left for dead. And Emily would return home from Japan to find her boyfriend lying dead of a broken neck under a mysterious hatch while Jeff fed on my corpse. Instead, the chain held and I was able to carefully unfasten it and lower the hatch. Now, much like hatch 1, a light switch on its own accord is... We had a lady in the attic, life-size doll in the attic window that loomed, making sure we behaved. Hell yeah. Orbiting around at 66,600 miles, 93 miles from the sun, with 6,069 point feet of curvature per 10 miles, surely ye turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as potter's clay. Surely ye turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as potter's clay. What are you talking about? We slave away our lives for money. Nobody's doing society's dirty work without getting paid. As long as we are addicted to money, we do things we otherwise shouldn't. I guess it's true. I mean, like, honestly, like, what you perceive as, like, you're doing well enough kind of thing, sometimes it's just based on what you see around you by comparison. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that would live just absolutely fine in, like, a hut in the woods and know how to fish, cook the fish, and then that's it. That's your life. And you're not really too stressed about a mortgage or anything. I'm just jealous you can make money off storytelling but struggles to accumulate sentences while speaking. Well, I wouldn't if I wasn't recording. But since I'm recording, you know what I mean? I have to start and stop to get it perfect. But if I wasn't recording and was just reading all the way through, it'd be just like super smooth. And like the minor mistakes I made wouldn't be interrupted or whatever. You get the idea. There's a schizo in the chat for you. I'm gonna kiss him. I'm gonna kiss the schizo away. What if I kissed someone and they... Nervous? No, I'm not nervous. I don't know if you understand the sort of process of the stream. The process of the stream is that I record. So I have to start and stop to get all the pieces together of the story, and then I edit them later into a nice little thing. So that's why I start and stop. Because if you make a mistake, you have to start over. Too veteran to be nervous. I don't know, man. I don't really know what you're saying. It's an interesting insight behind the scenes of audiobook recording. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this shit for fucking 10 trillion years at this point, streaming it, whatever. There's really nothing to be nervous about. Outside of freaking out. Much like Hatch 1, a light switched on its own accord. A light switched on. Much like Hatch 1, A light switched on its own accord as soon as it clicked into place. A makeshift ladder had been nailed onto the hatch, and I guess I was supposed to pull myself up. Thankfully, I was relatively fit and managed it without too many problems. The interior of the second attic caused me to want to turn around and leap back down the hole. If it wasn't for Jeff and the fact that I didn't particularly want to die, I think I might have jumped back down. Now, I don't even know where to begin with the eerie, messed up crap that I saw up there. And I know I keep saying this, but I am a massive, massive wuss, so to find myself in this situation was causing me to sort of dissociate. My head was spinning, I was getting dizzy, I was refusing to believe that what I could see was actually real. And we're not talking violent, horrific dead bodies or anything. I think I could have handled that. Oh, there's been... What the fuck is this saying? It's like talking, but writing at the same time. I think I could have handled that. Oh, there's been a murder. People do murders. I can report this. It was... I don't know what they're saying. Talking on tape is hard. Shut up. You try and talk in front of anyone. Yeah, no, I mean, in front of people, like... But I mean, I don't really consider like live streaming necessarily to be like in front of people, because I don't really have to like consider all of your facial expressions all at one time. You're just kind of words on the screen, of which I do consider human for sure. It's just like, it's not like a sense of nervousness the way that I might feel if I was in front of a crowd of people. NASA lies, my Nikon 900 zooming in on own stars doesn't lie. What's it look like when you zoom in on the stars? Is it like a water particle? What if we kissed and all your teeth fell out? I guess my suspicions that you're a crackhead were true. You have really big creepy smiles and don't blink. Water above. I don't know. Maybe there's just... But what are stars then? Stars are... What are the stars? Like... And like comets and all that kind of stuff, or like when meteors and little asteroids hit or whatever, you know. Like, I mean, it just seems like I get the idea of like NASA lying about certain things, but like, doesn't that mean like all the people within like amateur astronomy has to lie as well, or not know what they're talking about, and all the science that goes into it has to be completely false? You know what I mean? It's so many layers to it, you know, going up against like somebody saying that those stars in the sky are beings, or that they're just, that it's a water firmament, you know what I mean? It just, I don't know. Hey, I've been listening to your channel for 3 years now, every night. Thank you, Milt. Appreciate you. Thank you for listening. They're each unique, it just takes away God from the equation. I don't know, man. I mean, I think you can still believe in God and believe in like a big old universe with a ton of shit in it. Everyone in government is agent except me, obviously. Yeah. NASA, not a space agency. I don't know, man. I mean, I could definitely see NASA being used to like launder a bunch of money. You know what I mean? Like just put on a show and then you just like launder a bunch of money through it under the guise of doing space bullshit or whatever. But on the fact that like everything about space is just false just seems almost too conspiracy for me. Would you fly to the Bahamas knowing that you had to fly through the triangle? Oh, fuck. Oh, I might avoid the triangle. Some people think that the Bermuda Triangle is just like a giant sort of alien or like a UFO on the bottom of the ocean. Maybe like one of those ones that like... Have you ever heard about those? Like, they have a few of them. There's one off the coast of Norway, one off the coast of China, and then supposedly one off the coast of Bermuda. And basically, like, they're these huge motherships that exist at the bottom of the ocean, and they just move super slow across the ocean, gathering materials, and then and it's just these autonomous, self-replicating, like, motherships that generate drones to send out drones out into, you know, human to the humans and Earth and just gather data, and then they bring the data back to the mothership. And that if anyone tries to get near them or interact with them, it just vaporizes you from existence. And then that's kind of like what the Bermuda Triangle is that whenever they go over top of these like huge crafts in the ocean, that the electromagnetic aspects of it interferes with all of the mechanics of, the planes and stuff like that. Nothing is more fantastical than space not being exactly what's beyond Earth's atmosphere. My favorite UFO is the Titanic. Bow down to the golden goddess Misty. The dude responsible for the Big Bang Theory was Catholic. Science is very compatible with religion. I mean, I know the Vatican is like super fucking into knowing about space and all sorts of stuff. Do I own a bong? I do not. No, I don't smoke marijuana. Sorry, I was working through another section of YouTube SolidWorks course, grabbing some tacos before nodding off to sleep for work tomorrow. Oh, no worries. It's so you think what comes in the night abducting us is just an alien from far away and our best interest in mind. Well, no, I do think to a degree that the government could lie about aliens and that they just reverse engineered whatever interdimensional tech. But I mean, I feel like it's almost possible for these creatures to be interdimensional, to like get here and be nefarious, but then also like it's the government that may or may not do the fake alien invasion at some point whenever they take over through their sort of reverse engineered technology. I don't know. I guess there's so many different possibilities. It's something like labial lobal lobes on the side of your head that control magical thinking. Religious people have a lot more activity there. Oh, that's a possibility too. I don't know. I got a huge labia, looks like. I think I could have handled that. Oh, there's been a murder? People do murders. I can report this. But it was all so strange. So to begin with, the footsteps started up again as soon as I reached the attic. Only they were circling the room, almost like they were in the wall. Like Jeff or a small animal or something was doing circuits around me. I can't explain that to this day. I don't know what caught my eye at first, so I'm just going to go with whatever. Firstly was the back left corner. Initially I thought I was looking at blood pools, but as I touched it with my stick, I could feel that it was hard and a little tacky, like old paint that had been spread on too thick and gotten sticky in the heat. That's exactly what it was, but partially under the paint and partially beside the paint there were little animal bones. Mice and birds and nothing bigger than that, and I wondered if Jeff had been hunting up here, but the bones looked older, not like something our cat, who would have lived here 2 weeks, had murdered. And I had never once known Jeff to attack anything, really. Even when a mouse had snuck into our apartment last summer, I'd caught Jeff staring at it from behind a cushion while the mouse wiggled its butt at him to try and intimidate him. Apparently this is a real thing mouse do, so look it up. And that was just one corner. That was the least spooky crap. The rest of the room was taken up by a child's bedroom. Now I'm hesitant to say that it was a child's bedroom because it was just a haphazard, careless layout. The bed was barely constructed properly. The sheets didn't match, and they weren't clean, and they were pretty... Jeff the Ripper. I saw somebody call Jeff the Killer Jeff the Ripper on Reddit the other day. I thought that was pretty funny. Hollywood's now looking for a bunch of creepypastas to copy with the success of Obsession and Backrooms. They're probably going to do Jeff the Ripper. Do you think aliens reproduce? I mean, at least in the current form, it seems like the Greys or whatever that, like, supposedly are us from the future, like, seem to be obsessed with our reproductive abilities and things like that, and they mutilate the cows because they rub the digestive enzymes on their skin because they absorb nutrients through their skin or something very weird. I do Reddit. I mean, I have Reddit stuff, but it's just like I don't really get on there too often, but Sometimes I'll pop on and just look at the dumb shit people say. Egg. Hey Reed, what's up, dude? Look up ugly laws. That would explain weird bedrooms and basements and attics. What is ugly laws? Can you explain? You notice that certain ethnicities tend to have more Aldi's. That is a good question. Do certain ethnicities have more Audi belly buttons? What if aliens are all clones of each other like bananas? Well, that could be a good, I remember hearing that Greys were just like sort of autonomous drones that are used by the Nordics to like, I don't know, keep track of things, but who fucking knows, dude? People of African descent are statistically more likely to have an Audi belly button. While Audis occur across all racial and ethnic groups, medical data consistently shows a higher prevalence in infants, individuals of black or West African heritage. The difference comes down to genetic variations in how the abdominal walls forms and heals around the umbilical cord rather than how the cord is cut or clamped. Okay, interesting. Ugly laws were municipal ordinances enacted between 1867 and 1974 that criminalized the public appearance of people deemed unsightly or disgusting. Oh, so you're saying they kept a kid up here or something? Better not bring your ugly kid out. The sheets didn't match, and they weren't clean, and they were pretty bare. The floor was littered with blocks and the toys that little kids would play with, but there was also one of those chalk measuring lines on the wall. From what I could tell, a child called Hannah, I guess, given the dolls littering the floor, had been measured up until she was 11 years old. And the year next to 11 read the previous year, shortly before the owners of this house had moved out. And then there were the rest of the walls. They were covered in chalk and crayon, and the drawings ranged from scribbles to little smiling suns and happy families to monsters ravaging and mutilating people. There was always 2 adults and 2 children, both boys. The adult man had a beard and glasses. The woman was depicted as, well, fat. And the kids were constantly running in fear from the monster, who would frequently pin them down and dismember them. Sometimes it seems like it was dragging family up trees, and one time a huge hole in the ground was depicted with the family all just cowering around the monster. And when I say monster, there's not really much to describe. It was like the kind of monster little kids would draw. A round black scribble with clawed hands, clawed feet, and fanged mouth and red eyes or something. And whoever had lived up there was A, very disturbed, and B, locked in by the chain lock to make sure that they only got out when their parents or guardians said so. And speaking of the hatch, just as I was taking everything in, it slammed shut. Now I had the foresight to bring the key with me, but when I tried to open it, I saw that someone had locked it with a chain. Now I tried to look through the gap to see who or what I could see, but there was nothing. Well, F this. My heart was beating so fast, I'm not even kidding, and I wasn't staying up here. I pulled the hatch open as far as it would go, and then slid my stick inside and tried using it as a sort of lever to snap the chain, and I felt the wood splintering, but eventually the stick snapped. Now I looked around and grabbed a child's chair, and I managed to use this to crack the chain off the rest of the way and practically jumped down into the first attic below. There was nobody. Unmatching, unclean sheets? I was born with black hair, then white blonde in early childhood, now mousy, brassy brown. I don't know what to think. We'll be around to collect your samples. Joel, the entire freaking chat is full of blonde chameleon aliens. Holy shit. I knew it. I gathered you all here today to test for your Anunnaki heritage. Oh, morning from the UK, morning. How are we? Oh wait, what day is today? Monday. got school tomorrow. Or today. Make a poll? What poll do you want? Joel's poll? My hair was so black when I was younger that it would shine blue. That's fucking cool. It was iridescent. What does the heart button do in the bottom right of the chat? Is just for I think every time you do that, it kills like a kid in like a war-torn zone. Or like Chicago, just like fucking blows up the whole apartment building. There was nobody to be seen, and the hatch leading downstairs was open, so I hastily climbed down, yelled that I had a gun and I wasn't afraid to use it, both obviously lies, in case on top of all the other creepy crap, home invaders had somehow picked now to try and rob the place. I couldn't find anyone, or any signs of forced entry, but still I called the cops and told them everything, and they sent a couple of people over. They did a sweep of the property and took photos of the second attic. They said it was definitely weird, but it could be argued that it was just a gruesome Dan the Man, thank you for the $1 Reno. Appreciate you. Are you familiar with the Göbekli Tepe and the idea of lost civilizations? Yeah, loosely, I guess, but I don't know like hyper-specifics. I feel like somebody in here was talking about like all the pyramids having like huge labyrinths underneath them. When I was a young teen, I saw a Walk to Remember in the scene of naming a star after someone just blew my mind. I was like, I need this. I don't remember. Also, I've never seen The Notebook. Have you guys seen The Notebook? But I did see an Instagram reel about The Notebook, and they said that the girl in that movie was insane. Do you guys agree? Was she insane? Something about like the dude that she was with in the beginning was like perfectly fine, but she just like couldn't help but like destroy their relationship or something like that. So you're one of the blonde Spaniards, eh? Crazy. So do you think girls like blondes like me or brunettes or redheads? Do you think girls like blondes or brunettes and redheads? Girls like whatever the fuck, man. They like big, fat, gross guys, too. I think girls like too many things, honestly. I used to build pyramids out of sand and mud as a child, and my mother took me to see the head of the church. Like perfectly formed pyramidal, like geometrically perfected structures. I need to see a Notebook because was a television during He-Man. Because it was on his oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes girls like girls, too. It's crazy. They like their butts. I feel like redheaded women are more desired than redheaded men in general. Yeah, that's 100% true, actually. Redheaded women are pretty cool, dude. Fair-skinned maidens, they call them. Only need a lick of sun. They need one lick of sun and they've got all the vitamin D they need for the year. Sun-kissed. You hate muscular robot guys? Like cyborgs? They said it was definitely weird, but it could be argued that it was just a gruesome, neglected child's bedroom. I asked if they were going to do anything more, and they just sort of exchanged a glance and said that they'd do what they could, which to me was an obvious no. Now, I researched the family who had owned the property before us, and apparently they were prolific foster... They were a prolific foster family, and at the time of moving, they had supposedly been fostering 2 children, both of whom were boys. Now, I couldn't find any evidence of them ever fostering a Hannah or fostering girls at all, in fact, and I wondered if this Han was their own biological child. And the more I thought about it, the more my mind began to just run away from me. As I was Googling for evidence of the family, Jeff came. My cat jizzed. Oh, fuck. auburn-haired, freckled maiden, ready to be saved by Braveheart. In Catholic school, I used to pray to God to make me a redhead, and they told me that's not how it works, and I got in trouble for arguing. Lord Jesus, please turn me into a puppy kitten. A puppy and a kitten at the same time, some sort of cat dog, please. I don't want to wake up in the morning and go to school. So I'd rather be a kitten that lays around, or a doggy who doesn't have to do much but poop and eat. How fortunate they are. As I was Googling for evidence of the family, Jeff came out from under the couch and rubbed up against my legs, purring. So, there was that mystery solved. Now, one final creepy thing happened before Emily returned. 2 days later, the electricity in the property all went out, and I could not find the breaker for love nor money. And of course, like an idiot, I'd allowed my phone to run out of charge. And so I drove to the nearest town and called the power company, and they showed me where the breaker was, the utility room, but discovered that there was some kind of fault in the wiring. Now this meant tests, and having shut off the power for... What, does your cat have an Indian name, or does it purr deeply? He purrs very deeply. That was a cool cat of sorts opposite of a hot dog. Oh, that's a great point, actually. You never met a good Jeff or Jeffrey? Yeah, what do we got? We got Jeff the Ripper, Jeff the Epsteiner, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff the shove a piece of glass up your pee hole-ly. That guy's not great. Okay. And this meant doing some tests and having to shut off the power for 2 whole days. I needed power for work, of course, so I legitimately forked over the cash to rent a generator for a few days, and they installed it in a shed outside the fenced-in yard, which was the quietest and safest place that they could install it during the rainy season. Now, at that night, at 10 p.m., the generator just shut down. Now, I was in the middle of an important deadline and had no choice but to grab a flashlight and head out to the shed. I restarted that generator, which I'd forgotten to fuel. I restarted the generator, which I had forgotten to fuel completely as instructed, and everything was fine. But on the way back, there was just a gauntlet of darkness. And as I navigated that gauntlet, my flashlight caught sight of something on the property line in the woods. A short figure, silhouetted, caught like a deer in the headlights. I stared at it and stared at me until I broke contact and ran for the house as fast as I could. When Emily finally returned, I decided not to talk about the attic or the silhouette or the footsteps. I told her some of the things via email, but none of the terrifying crap. I felt like I'd manned up after what I'd been through, and if I told Emily, she'd just come up with some rational explanation and some reason why I was being some big baby. But she wasn't there. She didn't feel the atmosphere in that attic, which I boarded up, by the way, telling her the floor was on the verge of collapsing and that it was dangerous for Jeff. His dangerous for Jeff was like Emily's kryptonite, and I just focused on Jeff's safety and never had to tell her what might lurk up on our second attic. But when we soon had another chance to move to California for Emily's job, I did not mourn the beautiful yet terrifying ranch we left behind. Now, F that place and F whatever happened in that room. Now, on top of it all, Jeff loves the new place, and it isn't my cat's happiness. To top it all off, Jeff loves the new place. And isn't my cat's happiness the most important thing of all? I'm giving a little smirk when I say that. Isn't my cat's happiness the most important thing of all? I think so. I love Reddit. I love reddit.com, and I love getting on there and being told really, really stupid stuff. My name is Jeff. Alright guys, that is bonus content. What do you think? Was that fun? Who had fun? Show of hands who had fun today. Who had a ton of fun? Also, I am going to gift you guys all a bunch of bullshit. I'm going to show my support for Let's Read and gift you guys a little bit of slubs. Do 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 do. Whoa, Let's Read, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Totally epic, much swag, dog, for all of you. Welcome. You now have access to bonus content, of which I would try to get it up and edited. Hopefully will be up by Tuesday, but tomorrow's video will be a big compilation, so you can enjoy that. But thanks for hanging, guys. I gotta go to bed. I hope you guys have an amazing start to your week. The compilation big video will be out at 9 p.m. EST tonight, Monday, so stay tuned for that. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date via my story when I go live. Otherwise, friends, love you, appreciate you, thanks for hanging out, and I will see y'all in the next stream, which will be this Wednesday, so stay tuned. Alright, much love, guys. Peace out.